Mr. Gray. He's still saying he's for stopping for asking all that stuff.
Close the door for me.
Okay, Jeff, it's 9 o'clock. Are we good to go now?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am, we're recording and we have volume on.
Okay, and we got rid of the noise.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a little irritating.
A little.
Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, my mic's on. Okay. All right, I'd like to call to order the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. This is Thursday, January 6th, 2022. That sounded funny coming out. Yay, right? Happy New Year.
No, you didn't mess it up. I was proud of you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The agenda today, action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item until it's properly agendized. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers in silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restriction on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based upon viewpoint. Board of Commissioners convening as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mesa Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or a separately posted agenda. Please note that this meeting may break between just lots of, I'd say between 1:30 and 11:30, between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. Roll call. We have Commissioner Hockaday, Commissioner Henderson, myself, Commissioner Jacobson, and Commissioner Gray in chambers. And at this time, we are going to go to our invocation given by John Poundstone of Joy Church, and we will follow that by the Pledge of Allegiance. We'd like to please get everyone to rise.
Good morning and thank you, Board of Commissioners. Father, I come before you humbled and honored to serve along with my brothers and sisters on this board and the servants of Lyon County, the employees, department heads, directors, and so forth. What an unprecedented year we face with challenge and opportunity. God, help us to address that well. Help us to go into 2022, heads held high, backs straight, spirits humble, and not only face what we face, but come out the other end of it stronger, better as a county. Heavenly Father, I specifically ask you to break the back of COVID and sickness and illness in our county. I ask you to restore health and wellness among our citizens and our county employees and all their families. I pray for protection over our county assets and everything that the hands of our employees, directors, commissioners, and otherwise touch. We're so grateful. May 24 meetings hence in December, may we all look back and say, wow, we served with distinction, we served with honor. Look at what has happened. Look at what you have done, Heavenly Father. And again, I just thank you for getting to be a part of it. I ask your blessing on this meeting. I ask your blessing on all the proceedings henceforth. And I ask your blessing on Lyon County. May we become known as a county that really furthered unity in spirit through the bond of peace, as your scriptures say. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen and thank you.
If you could please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda action item, but before the board takes any action. Afterwards, please print your name at the clerk's desk, or if you're on Zoom, I appreciate if you would please spell your name for the clerk. So at this time, do we have anybody for public participation that's something that's not on the agenda?
I'm gonna pull up something real quick. If there's nobody on Zoom.
I got a hand here.
Okay.
Looks like a Meg Burns.
Yes, hello, this is Eric Obermeyer
I
again.
was gonna say, I thought that was Eric, but you're.
Again on a borrowed computer. Thank you. Spelling of my name, ERICHOBERMAYR. I would like to take a minute this morning to speak to honor Officers Brian Sicknick, Jeffrey Smith, Howard Liebengood, Gunther Hashida, and Kyle DeFreytag. These were Capitol Police and DC Metropolitan Police officers who lost their lives, 4 by suicide, as a result of the attack on the Capitol that took place a year ago today. About 150 officers were also injured, some so seriously that they have not yet returned to duty. 2 other people, Ashley Babbitt and Roseanne Boyland, also died on that day. They had joined the attack on the Capitol because they had been persuaded that the 2020 elections were fraudulent and the presidency had been stolen from Donald Trump. These lost lives should be all the evidence we need to understand how dangerous it is to our country and our democracy for free and fair elections to be subverted simply because the losing side does not want to accept the results. Unfortunately, this subversion continues today. We are truly playing with fire here, and it's time to stop before any more names get added to the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Obermeyer. I had another one. Amanda Bernard.
Good morning, Amanda Bernand, AMANDA, BRINNAND. And I just wanted to bring up the lands bill that is in process in Lyon County. I do see it's on the Planning Commission agenda for the next meeting. I just saw that actually. I have been looking for it on the website, and I would just request that as soon as there's any kind of maps or information available on it, that can be made public so the residents of Lyon County can take a look at what is being proposed. There is some land that was discussed that I think is important to maintain open space and also access. I think that's something that gets forgotten in these bills is access to the public land. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine St. John.
Hello, board. My name is Elaine St. John, ELAINE space ST space JOHN. I would like to request that the meetings for both the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission be put on YouTube. I believe this would help with transparency. I also believe that those of us that need to leave meetings early could go to YouTube and see the entire meeting. And I also think that it might help Erin if somebody has to call her or email her and ask her for just an individual video. So thank you very much for your time and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Elaine. Do I have any more hands?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and I didn't see anybody here in chambers.
Ma'am. I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gray.
Yeah, I just want to take a real quick minute and apologize to my fellow Commissioner Wes Henderson. Guy came off kind of a bit strong during our discussion about the NACO legislative conference last meeting. And it was in no way to slight him or cut him out. I just, for the sake of cutting it short, I was wrong and I apologize.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Gray, thank you. No apology if it's necessary. But I do appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, number 5, for possible action to review and adopt the agenda.
Madam Chair, we will be pulling item 20. Hang on, sorry about that. 20D as in David will not be asking for any action on that today, will not be heard today.
20D.
What's a D?
Delta.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to request that we postpone item 20B until the next meeting. I finally got the backup material that I needed, but was not able to get it out in time. And we also need to change that. It's not a discussion of the issue of voter integrity. It's a discussion of election integrity, and it should be a possible action as well.
Okay, you're referring to 20D
20B is in
or
boy.
B. Sorry. Okay, so D and B. So you're wanting to pull.
Actually, I'm sorry, 20C as well at the request of Donna Alexander, or I'm sorry, yeah. Got my notes here, I'm having a hard time reading them. Yeah, 20B and D, C is fine.
Okay. All right, do you want to turn that into a motion now?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve today's agenda with the requested changes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda or adopt the agenda with changes. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All right, I want to please take note that today we do have one. Okay, we have 3 times certains this morning for the Board of County Commissioners. And then we have a time certain at 9:30 a.m. For the Board of Health. And so we're going to just start down the list of the time certains starting at 9 a.m. with item number 6A. Time certain 9 a.m. for possible action, elect the Board of County Commissioners chair and to fix the term of office for the chair as required by NRS 244.070. And I would like to make a motion to declare Commissioner Gray as our chair for, I guess it would be 2022 to the first meeting in January. We used to say December 31st, but that's not really correct. It's to the first meeting.
Correct,
So,
so it'll be to the first regular
First.
meeting in January.
January of 2023. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion? Public comment? None? Y'all being quiet, huh? Okay, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. Mr. Gray? You're up.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank you for a wonderful year. You've helped me out tremendously in my first go around, and you did, in my opinion, a wonderful job. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, give me a second. Got Wally's workshop down here. Got hers. So,
Help.
That skins.
Come back over here.
Let me think about it. I'm good for the moment. Okay, I left you to item 6B, Ken.
All right, I will take over there. Okay, item 6B. Turned on. Item 6B, time certain 9 AM for possible action. Elect the Board of County Commissioners Vice Chair and fix the term of office for the Vice Chair as required in NRS 244.070, which would be from now until the first meeting in January of 2023. At this time, I'd like to nominate Vida Keller, Commissioner Vida Keller as the Vice Chair. I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
We have a nomination in a second. Any discussion? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Madam Vice Chair. And it's your preference where you'd like to sit, obviously.
I don't know how close you want me to be to kick you.
Either on my right or my left. It's totally up to you.
Just joking.
Yeah, I would like you to be either on my immediate right or immediate left if you could.
Okay, well then maybe Rob and I will trade places here. You wanted this seat, right?
Sure.
We will just switch places here. Are you playing musical signs? Here. Let me kick my stuff over. All it's missing is the music.
Continue on with item 6C, if that's okay. Item 6C, time certain. Item 6C, time to certain, 9:05 AM, public hearing, bill number 22-01 for possible action. Approve an ordinance amending the Lyon County Code Title 15, Land Use and Development Code, Chapter 351, manufactured homes and manufactured housing, to amend the standards to require full poured-in-place engineered foundations and limiting the age of a manufactured home when installed in Lyon County when placed as a single-family residence and other matters pertaining thereto. And that was requested by, who's gonna take that one?
I'm taking that one.
Andrew.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. I do want to point out that we have Chuck Reno with Far West Engineering. He's Lyon County's engineer. He's on Zoom. We also have Sean Keating, who is our plan reviewer in the back. So if you have any questions during this presentation, feel free to ask either of those two as well. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. First off, just want to provide a little bit of background on where this ordinance came from and how it came about. The ordinance was requested by Commissioner Keller at the March 4th, 2021 Lyon County Board of Commissioners meeting. The ordinance requested was to change Title 15.351 to require a new all new manufactured homes in Lyon County to be placed on a full perimeter foundation. Lyon County Planning Commission heard this at their November 9th meeting and voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the ordinance. At that time, there was a clause in the ordinance to require a 2-car garage that has since been removed. I do want to point out that at the Planning Commission, there was quite a bit of discussion about the garage and some hesitation, but they were mostly for the foundations, or they were for the foundations, as you can see by the 7-0 recommendation. At the December, I'm sorry, I put December 16th, but the ordinance was proposed at the last meeting in December. That's a typo on my presentation there. But it was amended to remove the 2-car garage requirement. It was originally set for the December 16th meeting, but you might remember we attached the wrong backup. to the meeting, so
that was-
that's where the discrepancy comes from. So the ordinance language, the ordinance makes the following changes to Title 15.351 to require a full poured in place engineered perimeter foundation similar to that used for any other single family home with a crawl space below. It also requires any, and that's for manufactured homes. And it also requires that any manufactured home intended to be installed in Lyon County must be constructed or manufactured not more than 6 years prior to the date of the application for the installation permit. That is actually in state law. So that portion of the ordinance is to bring us into compliance with state law, and I'll go through that in a minute. This section in the ordinance language was something that we had put in there when we were asked to put in the information about age limits. We were told to put the information in that was in Title 10. And so we copy and pasted that. But when Title 10 was adopted, Lyon County had a population of less than 45,000. State law gives us discretion to grant variances for age limits in counties below 45,000, but we've since become a county that has a population over 45,000, just under 60,000 now. So today I am going to have to ask you to amend this section out, and I've included that in my proposed motion at the end of this presentation. I did check with the district attorney's office, and as long as we're removing this section, we can do it via the motion at the end. So I do want to point this out, that the variance section, state law doesn't allow for it. They require it to be 6 years period. So exemptions, this ordinance does not mandate that existing manufactured homes have to install a full perimeter foundation. There was some misinformation kind of early on going around. I know on social media that I'd seen people that were under the impression that they were going to have to go back and retroactively install a full perimeter foundation. I want to make it very clear that is not the case. If this passes today, manufactured homes that are existing in Lyon County that are not on a full perimeter foundation will not have to install a full perimeter foundation. They will not be mandated by the county to install a full perimeter foundation. The ordinance does not outlaw existing manufactured homes that are older than 6 years. I just wanted to make that very clear as well, that are already placed in Lyon County. It will, however, prevent them from being moved from one property to another. And again, that's state law. So we're just coming into compliance with that. And the foundation requirements of the ordinance does also not apply to manufactured homes placed in a mobile home park. That is governed by a different section of our county code. So there is a difference between the types of manufactured home sets for manufactured home parks and single family residence, lots that are zones of single family residence. Yes, sir.
Yeah, on that bullet, is that state law that says they can't be moved within the county? Like if somebody had 5 acres and then all of a sudden they wanted to go to a senior living park and move their home with them, and it's 8 years old, they can't move that home?
Yeah, state law says that that manufactured home, I'll go into it. I think it's the next slide, actually. So we can certainly cover that portion of it. NRS 278.02095. This is the ordinance that mandates that state or that the counties have to adopt ordinances and standards for manufactured homes placed as single family residences in any single family residence zoning, I should say. And so if you take a look at this and read through it, section 2 says, notwithstanding the provision of subsection 1, the governing body shall adopt standards for the placement of a manufactured home that will not be affixed to a lot within a mobile home park, which require that, among other things. Number 1, be permanently affixed to a residential lot. Now, that's an important piece that I want to highlight for later in my presentation. But 2, be manufactured within the 6 years immediately preceding the date on which it is affixed to the residential lot. So it doesn't allow for a home older than 8 years to be moved to a residential lot. Now, if they wanted to move to a mobile home park, to be really honest, I'm not sure how that would be regulated. I'd have to do some additional research on that within NRS. Today's ordinance is just dealing with single-family residential lots. You know, if the board would like, I can certainly do some more research, but as state law says, you can't move it from one 5-acre lot to another 5-acre lot, essentially. If that's what somebody's trying to do. And then you can see there at the bottom, it says the governing body of a local government and a county whose population is less than 45,000 may adopt standards that are less restrictive than the standards set forth in this subsection. So again, that's where that language had come from. We had put the information back from Title 10, and then upon doing further research, I had multiple discussions with the district attorney's office as we were reviewing this, and they said that that other variance clause has to come out based on that language. So I want to talk a little bit about what the current code reads, because I think this is really important to today's discussion. Full perimeter foundations are not a new concept in Lyon County. Our current code reads manufactured homes placed as single-family dwellings pursuant to subsection 15.351.03A and B of this chapter shall, number 6, have a full poured-in-place perimeter foundation similar to that used for any other single-family home with a crawl space below or an equivalent foundation approved by the building official. And so really it's that last section in there that we're talking about where it says, or an equivalent foundation approved by the building official. The current code's intent, and I confirmed this when I was talking to Rob Pizzo, who is our senior planner, who was around when Title 15 was enacted originally, says, or the intent was to make the full perimeter foundation the standard in Lyon County at that time. It was that second piece of the sentence was in there, and it was intended to allow for the flexibility to permit proprietary engineering foundation systems that some of the manufactured home manufacturers recommend. They're not required, but they are recommended. The code was not intended to allow 8-point foundations. The reason we're currently allowing 8-point foundations is because of precedent set by past building officials. When I read through this, I do not view an 8-point foundation as a substitute for a full perimeter foundation, and I will get into that here in a bit. But again, because we have been accepting it, that's why I'm here before you today. This ordinance was requested before I started at Lyon County. I knew that it was working through the process before I started, so I decided to bring it before the board. So, in light of that, here are the code changes in the context of what the current code says. And you'll see, we actually only added one word to the code, which is engineered. Have a full poured-in-place engineered perimeter foundation, similar to that used for any other single-family home with a crawl space below. We got rid of the language at the end that says, or an equivalent foundation approved by the building official. It's probably pretty rare that you have a department head stand before you arguing that you should take away some of my discretion, but I do feel that I do feel pretty strongly about this, and that's why I'm here. So what is an 8-point foundation? These drawings here are examples of 8-point foundations. Believe it or not, these are the handouts that we used to give out at the building department. All right, actually the one on the right there is an example of something that was submitted as a plan pretty recently for an 8-point foundation. You can see there's not a whole lot of detail there. I think this has a laser pointer, doesn't it? There's a drop on the screen. Oh, okay. Never mind. So what I was going to talk about, you can see the home, the image on the bottom left of the screen. That is a double wide. You can see it's attached to the property permanently by the 4 points on the corners and the 4 points in the middle. That's what is being defined as similar to, or what has been accepted as similar to a full perimeter foundation. Now, I've got another diagram a little bit later in the presentation. There are other piers that hold it up in the middle that are not permanently affixed to the lot. And I'll kind of get through that, but it's certainly not supported all the way around the perimeter. Those 8 points are what are permanently affixing it to the lot. So now I want to talk a little bit about what the Nevada Administrative Code says. I know there were some questions about this, and this will make sense here in a minute. But NAC 489.180 says standards for continuous foundations and underground services are the responsibility of the local governmental units. Any local governmental unit which discovers a violation of this chapter shall report the violation to the division. NAC 489.416 adopts this manual. This is the Nevada Manufactured Home, Mobile Home, and Commercial Coach Installation Standards. Now, in this, it specifically says basically what NAC 489.180 says, and that it is up to the local jurisdiction to adopt standards for it. But I do want to use it as a reference because Chapter 3 talks about the foundations and the installation requirements. And you can see Chapter 3, 301 general, it says, there are two basic types of installation, standard set and perimeter foundation set. Talks about the different sections in there, and then it says see figures 301.1 and 301.2 to use that as a reference. So I want you to keep in mind the standard set and the perimeter foundation set. The standard set will be image 301.1 and the perimeter foundation will be 301.2. So this is 301.1. This is a standard set foundation. Again, according to the standards that were adopted by the state, this was actually written by the Nevada Manufactured Home Association and the Modular Building Institute of Nevada. And you can see the definition of a standard set is a manufactured home installed on footings and piers, which has a perimeter enclosed by an above ground skirting or friction. This is most similar to an 8-point foundation. As you can see, an 8-point foundation is a pier type foundation. There is supports along the perimeter. There's pier supports along the perimeter, and then there's pier supports along the marriage line and under the I-beams, as you can see. This is an above ground set, as you can see. The hash marks down there at the bottom represent the ground, obviously. And then you've got the anchoring system in the middle that hold it down to the lot. So this is most similar to an 8-point foundation. Next, you have the permanent foundation set or the perimeter foundation set. This is figure 301.2, which says a manufactured home installed on footings and piers and which has the perimeter enclosed with a supporting perimeter foundation, footing, and stem wall extending below the frost line. Now, the below the frost line thing is a very important thing, and I'll get into that in a bit, but it has to do with frost heaving and pipes freezing. And I'll talk a little bit about that and why full perimeter is better than an 8-point. So I wanted to throw this back up there though, because again, the intent of the original code was to have a full perimeter foundation. And if you go back, this is the full perimeter foundation in the state installation standards, and that is not. So why is a full perimeter foundation better? Full perimeter foundation is better in variable soil conditions. You can go anywhere in the county, any valley in the county, and you're going to find multiple different soil conditions anywhere you go. On the edges of the valley, it's going to be rocky. There could be clay. It could be very different. On the bottom of the valley, there's either going to be ag type soil or there will be sandy soil. And the type of soil changes the way that the house is supported by the foundation, right? So most full foundations are designed to meet those varying soil conditions. And I think Sean's planning on talking about that in a bit, but it's something that I want to point out because it affects my next point, which is more even weight distribution. It creates less of a chance for the foundation to settle unevenly, a full perimeter foundation, I should say. Each pier is, in an 8-point foundation system, each pier is independent. They're not attached to anything other than the manufacturer's home. So there's no concrete in the ground connecting the piers. So they can settle independently. With the full perimeter foundation, they're all connected. And so what the whole thing is connected. So the whole thing is going to settle evenly. So you're a lot less likely to have the house get off level or settle unevenly. A point that I want to bring up is about the releveling is that it's pretty frequent that houses that are not set on a full perimeter foundation have to be re-leveled. Either the marriage line can buckle differently or the house sets unevenly. And that creates a lot of problems, but it also creates a cost later on. So one of the arguments that I've heard against the full perimeter foundation is that it costs more. That's true, it does. But you're going to end up paying for it. Chances are you're going to end up paying for it later on when it has to be re-leveled. And that happens pretty frequently. So that's a point that I really want to make.
Mr. Chair. Comment? That's right. May I comment?
Yeah.
You say it happens frequently. Do you have any data on this, or is this just?
So I don't.
So it just happens.
So they're not required to get a permit through our office unless the foundation has to be replaced. So they do have to get a permit through the manufactured housing division. We could probably get that data. I know in talking with them, it does happen. It's not something that's an infrequent thing, but I don't have any data.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yep.
Andrew?
Yes.
Along the same lines, because a lot of the arguments that have been made and are going to be made about cost, what's it cost to re-level?
I'd have to get an estimate on it. I really don't know. I'm not a contractor, so
Okay.
I couldn't tell you what it costs to get it re-leveled. I do know that you have to use a licensed contractor to re-level it. So that is a factor. So anyway, my next point is that there's less opportunities for animals and pests to get in and cause damage. You've all seen manufactured home that is set up on an 8-point foundation or not on a permanent foundation. They have skirting that goes around the bottom. And over time, that skirting either rots off or falls off, or people take it off or intentionally so that they can store things underneath it. That allows for animals and pests to get in and cause damage with the insulation. It allows them to get in and cause damage with the wiring and the plumbing too. And then my next point is that a full perimeter foundation is better for fire safety. Wildland Urban Interface Code requires that, which Central Lyon County Fire has adopted, and I know Chief Harvey is here, and I'm sure he'll give some comment in a bit. But it requires that the skirting, that there be no gap between the bottom of the building and the ground. And so if that skirting is not maintained, then there's going to be a gap. What happens is you get again, chewed wires, you get debris that builds up underneath the home, and then it creates a fire hazard. So it's also a problem when you're fighting a wildland fire and the wind the wind starts blowing flaming embers and whatnot under your home. It creates a problem where the bottom of the house can catch fire. The last thing under there is there's less chance for the frame to buckle if it's supported all the way around. And before I get too many comments about how that doesn't happen, I went out and took this picture 2 days ago in Silver Springs of a house that burned a few years back. that this very thing happened. And what happens is it makes it really difficult to fight the fire if the foundation is moving and the house is tweaking and it gets twisted. Again, I guess this doesn't show up on the screen very well, but you can see this piece here, that's a fascia piece that's there, but behind it, there's a frame that's all twisted up. I couldn't get any closer without trespassing on the property, so this is taken from the street. But I did want to point this out. As I already mentioned, there's less chance for frozen water pipes under the house because it sits below the frost line and because it's all sitting on a foundation. It's just the cold air doesn't get in quite the same as with just a perimeter skirting. And then they're better in a seismic event. And this map here is from the International Residential Code. And it talks about, what it shows is Nevada in the second highest, or our portion of Nevada, I should say, in the second highest seismic category. And you can see the darker it gets, the more seismically active it is. On the West Coast, there's parts of Northern Nevada that are in that E range, which is the highest. But it's kind of, on this map, it's kind of fuzzy as to where that actually falls. I would classify all of Lyon County as in that D2 range, the second highest. So in a seismic event, you've got, with the full perimeter foundation, it's supported much better than if it was on an A point. So now I want to talk a little bit about what other jurisdictions are doing, because this is not anything new again in Northern Nevada. So we'll start in our own county with the city of Fernley. And I apologize, that's kind of small. But the first highlighted blue line just says that it must be manufactured within the 6 years immediately preceding the date, which it is fixed. That's meeting state code or state law. And then underneath it, it says permanent foundation required. And if you look at D, foundation shall be a full poured in place perimeter foundation or slab on grade, similar to that used for site built single family homes. An elevated foundation must be masked with the same exterior finish used on the home or decorative masonry wainscoting. All masking must be extended to within 6 inches of grade. Next, let's talk about the city of YERINGTON. And again, their code actually says 5 years immediately preceding the date on which it is affixed to the residential lot. So I wanted to point that out. But item 6 there says the manufactured home foundation must be a full poured in place perimeter foundation similar to that used for any other single family home with a crawl space below. That language is identical to what we have in our code minus the or approved by the building official. And by the way, at the top of this, I included the code sections for each of these, so you can go and look it up yourself. I also included this as backup for the item. Winnemucca. This one says the foundation must meet the current local, state, and federal standards, and in no case may be less than required by the manufacturer. And in every case, there must be a continuous perimeter block or concrete foundation stem wall, which shall be a minimum 28 inches in height, measured from the top of the footing to the top of the stem wall, not including the mud sills. And all footings must have a frost depth not less than 24 inches. So they get a little bit more specific, but it still requires some form of perimeter. They do allow a block perimeter foundation. The city of Reno says manufactured home dwelling shall be permanently affixed to a full perimeter foundation designed to meet local requirements. Anchorage of the structure to the foundation shall provide a mechanism for effectively transferring building loads to the foundation. The Nevada registered engineer's design of the foundation and anchorage system may be required at the discretion of the administrator. And again, it has the 6-year requirement in it as well. Churchill County, theirs is pretty lengthy, but I've highlighted the important parts here. that we are talking about today. It says, item A says the footing must be at least 16 inches by 6 inches and continuous poured concrete running the length of the mobile home, manufactured home, with 2 continuous number 4 rebars. Item 2 says a perimeter enclosure must be constructed of concrete or masonry block, grouted solid, with 1 number 4 rebar, horizontal rebar, continuous tied to number 4 rebar verticals, placed in the footing 4 feet on center, on other system or other system of equal or better standard as approved by the building department. Douglas County. Each dwelling shall have a code compliant site-built concrete, masonry, steel, or treated wood foundation. So they do allow for a little bit of wiggle room there. Capable of transferring design dead loads and other design loads unique to local home sites due to wind, seismic, and water conditions that are imposed by or upon the structure into the underlying soil or bedrock without failure. All foundations shall be designed in accordance with Douglas County adopted building codes or an approved engineered design. All tie-down devices must meet the manufacturer's installation requirements and Douglas County adopted building codes or an approved engineered design. It says the space beneath the structure must be enclosed at the perimeter of the dwelling and constructed of materials that are weather resistant and aesthetically consistent with concrete or masonry type foundation materials. So they don't specifically require it, but they say it has to look like it and it has to be a full perimeter. So you can kind of make what you want of that. The foundation materials shall be comparable to the predominant materials used in foundations of surrounding dwellings. All manufactured homes shall have running gear, tongues, axles, and wheels removed at the time of installation. Humboldt County. So Humboldt County does not specifically require a full perimeter foundation. However, I do want to point out that when I talked to their building department, they do not allow an 8-point foundation specifically. Had that phone conversation yesterday. Pershing County, same thing. They actually do not specifically require a perimeter foundation. However, they do have standards for it in here, which I've highlighted, but they also do not allow an 8-point foundation. So these 3 counties are the ones around us that do allow an 8-point foundation in the spirit of fairness. Carson City, the 8-point foundation must be engineered. I do want to point out that they don't require, or they don't have a whole lot of manufactured homes that are set outside of mobile home parks, just because there's not a lot of vacant lots in Carson City. There are a few neighborhoods that are predominantly manufactured homes in Carson City. North of Highway 50, kind of between 580 and College Parkway. So I do want to throw that out there. Story County, again, they do not, or they do allow an 8-point foundation. Something I do want to point out is a lot of Story County is in the historic district, so they are going to have to meet some other standards as a part of that historic district. The parts of Story County that are not in the historic district would be along I-80 in Lockwood, and actually along Highway 50 in the Mark Twain area of Dayton. So, I talked to them about that as well. And then Washoe County is kind of an interesting one. Washoe County will allow an 8-point in some areas. So what they have done is they kind of left their trailer overlays on their single family residential lots. So certain areas are zoned for manufactured homes. So if you are placing a manufactured home in that area that has the trailer overlay, then you don't have to use a full perimeter foundation. You can use an 8-point. However, outside of those areas, my understanding is that they do require an 8-point. I did not have a chance to talk to Washoe County. I did call them. Never received a call back. However, Sean Keating came to, he worked at Washoe County in his career, so I talked to him about it. One of the last things I want to bring up, and this was a letter that was submitted by the Manufactured Housing Institute. I think you've all seen it as backup. And there's a statement in here that I completely agree with, and it says today's manufactured homes are nearly identical to the traditional site-built homes. According to a 2020 HUD report, factory-built housing has undergone many physical changes that have made it more similar to, and in many ways indistinguishable from, conventional site-built housing. I want to tell you that I agree with that statement 100%. I think that manufactured homes are a great option. There was about a month and a half, 2-month period between when I found out I got the job here and when I started. And I knew I was going to have to move to Lyon County. So my wife and I started looking for property. And the first property that we ended up going into escrow on, we actually backed out of because we found out that the CC&Rs wouldn't allow a manufactured home. And we, at that time, had fully intended on placing a manufactured home here in Lyon County. So we backed out of that, found another lot that would allow it, that was allowed on, and moved forward with that. And we started going through the process. And I visited a lot of the manufactured home dealers in the area, and started talking about pricing and whatnot. We, at the end of the day, decided not to go with a manufactured home, not because of quality or anything else, but for us, cost-wise, it actually made more sense to do a site-built home. That's not going to be the same for everybody. It's more cost-effective for me because I'm going to spend the next 2 years of nights and weekends out there building it myself. So that's how I was able to save the money. But I do want to point out that I completely agree that manufactured homes are nearly identical to traditional site-built homes. They're also the only type of single-family residential structure that we do not currently require a full foundation on in Lyon County. So I want to throw that out there. I've got a couple of recommended motions here just because I know that, like I said, we have to remove the administrative variance. So my recommended motion is I move to amend item 6C to remove the section excuse me, on administrative variances for homes older than 6 years, and approve item 6C as amended to amend the manufactured home standards to require full poured-in-place engineered foundations and limiting the age of a manufactured home when installed in Lyon County, when placed as a single-family residence, and other matters pertaining to. And with that, I'm available for any questions. Chuck Reno is on Zoom, and he can answer any questions from an engineering standpoint. And of course, we have Sean Keating.
Rob.
Thank you. It's not Madam Chair, it's Mr. Chair. What's the verbiage on a gentleman running that show?
We both said at the same time.
Yo hombre. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
You're gonna get called Madam Chair.
A couple questions. Thank you for the very in-depth and detailed presentation. I can tell you spent a lot of time and research on that, and that is greatly appreciated. Will this affect the resale of homes not on a poured foundation? Well, and what I'm getting at is that, let's say I live in for example, I live in a modular home. I love it. No one can accuse me of not being a modular home guy, because I wake up in one almost every night unless I'm kicked to the garage. So will this affect if my house, I've lived in it for 12 years, it's on an 8-point foundation, will this affect the resale of this property?
So if it's on an 8-point foundation, no, not at all.
It's grandfathered in.
Correct.
So they'll be able to resell that, no harm, no penalty.
Correct. So if a house is not converted to real property, right, that's what a lot of banks are looking for in order to loan on a manufactured home. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. But so an 8-point foundation is allowed to be converted to real property. We've traditionally done that. What I will, and so those applications go through our office. Basically, if it was legal at the time that it was set and they had all the permits and everything, then we're not going to make them upgrade any more than a bank would make you upgrade to the latest electrical code or the latest fire code if you were thinking so, if you were purchasing an older home. And banks do accept 8-point foundations, by the way. So you want to throw that out there.
Mr. Chair, one more. All those modular homes that may have been approved for 8-point, are they still able to go ahead with those and not get re-engineered, not have to do the foundation? That would be, I would guess, a pretty big matzo ball for them to find out that, whoa, wait a minute, now my plans are on hold. So that would be a concern of mine as well. If they're approved, do they still get to go through?
So anybody that has a building permit currently issued is approved. And then we are also going to handle the ones that are under contract a little bit differently as well. We're going to take those on a case-by-case basis. Steve Rye did want to make some comment on that, or the district attorney's office did want to make a comment on that. So, sorry.
Do you want me to bring you a mic, Steve?
We did talk about this.
Did anyone else catch him rolling his eyes there? I'm kidding.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Steve Rye, District Attorney. Andrew and I have had some discussions about existing contracts and discussed possibly putting some language in the ordinance change. However, there's a lot of variables in that, and it was decided that the best course would be to do it on a case-by-case basis. That way he can evaluate whether the contract was actually in existence and what the terms were and whether or not this change was affected by that.
So is that in the motion? I didn't read that in the motion.
No, that would just be the way the law would operate, right? There's a contracts clause in the United States Constitution that says you can't pass a law that impairs an existing contract. And so Andrew would be cognizant of that and evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. Generally, building code amendments like this do not trigger a violation. However, as Andrew said, if there is an existing contract, the building department intention is to honor that. Any questions on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had.
Other questions for Andrew?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Pure Type Foundation, that is accepted by both FHA and HUD, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. A couple of things. I do appreciate the verbiage in the Douglas County. It kind of gives a lot of flexibility. And I know when we're looking at item 6 in our Title 15, that is of 15.351.04, which we've discussed, you're basically wanting to get rid of your discretion. And I'm not quite sure why you would want to give that up. But I do believe that the way Douglas County has written it, you'd be more apt to be able to go into something like this, foundations for manufactured homes. It's an excellent guide. I read through it. Gives a significant number of different ways of mounting manufactured homes, and give the discretion that you could look at that and say, this is an excellent engineered way to stick a manufactured home to the ground, because that's basically what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Then a couple of comments about the future problems, which whether you have a manufactured home or a stick-built home, you're going to have rodents. I've done fire inspections up in the Plumas County area, and I'll tell you that people don't always keep their screens on their vent openings in the bottom, and you have debris going underneath, you have fires, you have embers. So I look at future problems as made because of the decisions you made when you put in your home. So again, it's kind of the owner's decision as to what they're going to do with their property. And finally, as far as foundation guides, my brother, when he lived in Lyon County, had a home 6 miles northeast of YERINGTON on 20-acre parcel. I really couldn't see telling him when he has a home in the middle of a 20-acre parcel exactly what he needs to do when he puts his home in. I don't really see that as our requirements here in the county. If he put in an 8-point, who would care? If it didn't work 20 years from now, he'd have to pay for it. So in a way, I look at this as many decisions made by the person who buys the manufactured home and whether or not they want to have problems in the future or do an excellent job at the beginning. Every home I've built, every structure I've built, I've made sure I've done the best I possibly could and could afford.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a few comments that I had about your presentation. Excellent presentation, by the way. I think you covered a lot of excellent areas.
So, and I'd like to touch on your last point a little bit about, it should be your brother's decision. It's not necessarily always about building codes in general, not necessarily always about the person that built it, right? It's whoever they sell it to later on down the road. And that, if it's not fully disclosed, if it's not properly done, if it's done not up to standards, then that would affect the person that bought it later on down the road. So I just like to bring that up.
Shouldn't that be caveat emptor though? I mean, that's not, it's, I agree with Commissioner Hockaday. You're building your home for you to be there, not for somebody else to buy it from you someday down the road. But so I want to clarify one point, and it was kind of skirted around. Is there anything in Nevada state law and NRS that says a full perimeter foundation is required?
No.
So when you reference the WUI, and maybe the chief will talk about this one, is WUI applicable to every home in Lyon County?
Take that one.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. As I understand it, in conversations with our building department and with the fire protection districts, the state fire marshal of the state of Nevada adopted the WUI code, the most recent version and edition of it, including Chapter 5, which deals with building construction. That being said, that now becomes the law of the land, because other than Clark County and Washoe County, the state fire marshal has jurisdiction throughout the state of Nevada. They do sign off on their local agreements with each of the fire protection districts for certain services that will be done by the fire protection districts. But the state fire marshal, like state health, like NDEP, has a great deal of authority over rural Nevada and what they do. So yes, the WUI code is applicable to every square mile of Lyon County at this point in time. How we enforce that, the good news is we don't own a fire department. The bad news is, depending on how zealous or underzealous the local fire marshal is, we don't own the fire department. So that is always a challenge for us in the future.
So does WUI dictate that you'll have a full perimeter foundation?
I'll have to look at the code. I don't believe that it does.
It does not.
So I've heard a few, I don't know. I think I look at this as just, more overreach, telling somebody how they have to build their home, as opposed to you just have to have a safe structure that's, meets.
And so let's, I don't want to get in an argument, but I just want to play devil's advocate. I don't disagree with you. So let's do away with building codes and people can build houses on the ground.
No, but I mean, there's reasonable and there's unreasonable, and 8 points have been accepted. There's, nobody can tell me the cost of releveling. I mean, can you relevel for 5 times and still be way under the cost of a full perimeter foundation? Or I just,
Probably. We're back to a fundamental fairness issue from my perspective. I mean, Andrew has done a very good job of expressing what the purpose behind the full perimeter foundation is. But from my perspective, we are disparately treating resident types differently because one's manufactured and one's stick built. I think that's wrong.
but multifamily housing is treated different than regular housing as well. I mean, it's different styles of housing.
But they're built on, everything is built on a permanent foundation other than manufactured housing.
My advice.
Because the basic codes are still the same. When you're looking at electrical and plumbing and foundations, I don't care if you're doing multifamily, commercial building, the basic principles are still the same. Manufactured housing has fought for years to be recognized as good as or the same as a stick-built home for single-family residences. They have fought for that. That's why we have the laws we have now today, to where most counties got rid of the trailer overlays. I guess Washoe County still has a little bit of that. Because anywhere you could put a stick-built home, you could put a manufactured home. We require all stick-built homes to have a full perimeter foundation. We require them to adhere to the frost lines with their footings. So when we talk about discrimination and putting things on people on manufactured homes, really, we're discriminating against the stick-built industry. Why are we requiring them to put full perimeter foundations under their house if they don't have to under a manufactured home? So you can't have it both ways. So I'm with Jeff on this one, because I don't like telling people what to do either. But if we're going to say things should be equal, things should be equal. So if you don't have to require a foundation underneath the manufactured home, let's go back to the Old West and everybody can start building their houses right off the ground.
So
That's where I'm at.
the
So
other comment I'd
there's
like to
an
make-
equality here.
The other comment I'd like to make is from the perspective of public safety, and Andrew touched on it somewhat, and that's dealing with the seismic activity. So everybody will say, well, when's the last time we had a significant earthquake here? Well, I can guarantee you that by July of 2018, everybody had forgotten that we flooded in Dayton until we flood again, right? So I provide you photographs of areas in Nevada, Wells being one, where you had manufactured housing that were on 8-point foundations and manufactured housing that was on full perimeter foundations. And guess which ones were still standing? Not the 8-point foundation. That is a single concern with nothing. That is a very large concern of mine as an emergency management perspective. The other side of it is addressing the fire issue. In the last several years, again, as being as emergency manager, I've supported Central Lyon County Fire with a number of large fires in the Silver Springs area specifically that weren't necessarily wildfires. They were yard fires with 40-mile-an-hour winds, in which those fires then burned underneath manufactured housing that did not have permanent foundation. And we wound up losing some structures because the skirting was gone. There was no protection. Or had we had that full perimeter foundation, we may have been able to save a few more structures. There's always, you can argue that point till the end of the day, I guess. But the reality of it is that from a public safety, public health standpoint, it does provide us with a little more protection in ensuring that, and again, Andrew's correct. I realize that the members of the board may not necessarily agree, but we deal with issues every day in the building side of things from something that was built in 1970 that's now had on its 8th or 9th owner. Those are the things your staff has to deal with and contend with. We're trying to hopefully make it a better process, a better community down the road. It has no effect, zero effect on any existing manufactured home out there today. So if, and as Mr. Rye and Andrew brought up, so if we get a building permit for a manufactured house, this passes, and they have a contract and it shows that they had the contract in place before we pass the code, then we're going to work with them on that side. But if they come to us after it passes and they have a contract that's later than what happens here today, then we're going to take a look at it from a different perspective. We want to work with the community, but we also want to ensure that what we're allowing to be built in Lyon County is safe for today as well as the future. We burn down on a regular basis manufactured homes in Silver Spring, Stagecoach, East Mason Valley, Mason on a frequent basis. We're trying to ensure that we can do everything we can to help reduce that possibility. Part of my job as emergency manager is what do we do to mitigate those things from happening? I believe that permanent foundations assist with that. It's not the end all. I don't want it to be the primary factor making the decision, but it is a very true statement that those that are on a permanent foundation tend to survive earthquake activity, tend to survive fire activity much better than those that aren't.
Yeah, sir, this is not public comment. Chief Harvey, did you want to say anything?
For the record, Rich Harvey, Fire Chief, Central Lyon County Fire. I have to thank Jeff. He did a really good job representing the fire side of the issue. On the drive down here today from Dayton, I thought of a couple of the issues that I wanted to talk about. And one of the biggest things that we see with this ordinance is it improves fall and fire survivability. Jeff mentioned those fires. We get 10, 12 fires a year in the area. That what happens is the fine flashy fuels that are prevalent in Lyon County carry the fire underneath the trailer. It makes it very difficult, the manufactured home, excuse me, but carry it underneath there. Makes it very difficult for the guys fighting the fire to get suppression, because now you create an updraft directly into the structure. Once you get one structure going, it's very much a heat source and ember source that wants to push it to another structure. So having that barrier, and that's what the WUI code, where this code ties back to the WUI code, isn't so much in the permanent foundation. That's not in the WUI code. But what the WUI code requires is a fire defensible barrier from roof line to ground level, right? So the skirting issue that we're talking about with the 8-point foundations goes away with the WUI code if you have to put in our fire resistant construction. The foundation requirement meshes really well. It's the same thing. What we don't want is we want the ability of fire to get in underneath those buildings. The second thing, and my perspective on the Wells earthquake is a little bit different than emergency manager. I happened to be the incident commander in 2008 when Wells earthquake hit. And everything Jeff said was exactly true. That was a shove type of event, right? So all the buildings kind of got pushed and settled back in. Everything that comes up from the ground, whether it was electrical, propane, all that kind of stuff, severed on the ones that were not on permanent foundations. And then the marriage line that you first talked about, that's separated constantly all across the board for us. So seismic is a real small thing, but when it happens, it's a real big thing. So I think this ordinance seems to me to put you in a place where you can build better for the future, right? And still keep what is out there for the people that have it. Right? We will continue to respond to those 911 calls. We'll continue to do the best we can to protect the structures where they're at. One other thing I'll point out, because I haven't heard it mentioned yet, insurance. Okay, you've seen the wildfires that have occurred in California. You've seen what happened in Colorado just the other day. And yesterday I got a call from a lady in our district over on Yellow Jacket, whose insurance company is jacking up her rates because of wildfires. And she's very concerned. She's asked us if our ISO rating changed. Our ISO rating has not changed. It's the same change. What's changed is the insurance companies are trying to balance some of this debt that they've incurred from their loss history, right? The better we can get in front of that with the WUI code and permanent foundations, it's not a tomorrow, today issue, but down the road, Lyon County will be in a better position to be able to avoid rate increases and allow our customers, our citizens, to still get good, viable insurance. So, I mean, I think when you look at, for us, and just in general, keep it simple, right? It does make a structure more fire resistant. That's helpful to us. It does make them more seismically resistant. And the stability factor, I mean, yeah, I'll throw Mr. Draper under the bus too. We were talking about when you're worried about the flexibility of a Florida burning building, we're going to back out anyway. I don't care. It does help though. It makes the structure more stable in general. And that allows us to do certain things as firefighters that we can't do in a foundation that's flexible, right? The more solid that is, the more groundwork we got, the better it's anchored to the earth, the better we can do our job. So in general, we support the bill.
So does skirting around the house, is that fire resistant? I mean, do those help with the same issues of keeping the fire from going underneath the house?
That's what it's designed to do.
And who's responsible for enforcing that when skirting falls off?
That's part of one of the issues, right? It's kind of like smoke detectors. Smoke detectors work really great, right? And we require smoke detectors. Do I require you to change your batteries? Well, we suggest it every year, twice a year.
But is that enforceable like the skirting is? I mean, the skirting is a requirement.
It's not enforceable.
It is enforceable.
So I would like to say Lyon County doesn't have any kind of property maintenance code, so we can't go tell somebody they have to.
Okay.
That's where I'm getting at, is we can go do an inspection and tell you that your skirting needs to be replaced in your house, but I can't make you do it. right? I can't make you keep up with the stuff that you have there. And the same thing would happen even on a foundation, right? We talked about if you take care of the vents or you cut holes in the eaves, we can't force you to do that, which is where the code comes into compliance in the first place. When you build it according to code, there's no obligation to keep it at code as you move down the road. Commercial buildings, I do. If you have a sprinkler system in your building, I inspect that annually. We have people go by every 30 days. We go to the schools, we do fire alarm drills, we do a whole bunch of stuff. But when it comes to residential impact, fire code doesn't have a whole lot we can do. Same with defensible space, right? I get calls all the time, tumbleweeds up against the fence, my neighbor's property is a fire hazard to me. What do I do about it? Who's supposed to solve this problem? If I got a call about skirting under a house and the grass is growing underneath the house, we would probably tell the homeowner that it would be a good thing to replace that skirting and give us that protective barrier, but I can't make them do it. At least with this code, I know that what they build to start with works.
Any further questions for the chief? Thanks, chief.
Thanks, you guys.
Real quick, does anybody have any questions for Chuck Reno? I think he's still on there. I know that the board specifically requested that we have our engineer here. Chuck's not going to do a presentation, but I just want to throw that out there before we get too far.
Sir, we're not in public comment yet. We'll get to public comment in just a minute. Okay, now we ask
From the
questions for
board.
Chuck Reno, our county engineer.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any question you have.
So are there any questions for Chuck Reno? Okay, before we move to public comment, I'd like to take a quick break. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
Please, the wisdom, back in 5 minutes.
So, is it on? So, good morning. For the record, hey, my name is Sean Keating. I'd like to take a couple minutes and introduce myself because there's a lot of folks that probably don't know my history here. They see me walk around it quite a bit. I started with the county in 2005 as a building inspector. I came into the county when 4 points, soft sets, any kind of thing was acceptable. As the codes have transpired through the cycles, they've become more deliberate in the foundations. As a building inspector, I've done hundreds of inspections out there of mobile home foundations, and I'm not claimed to be the duty expert. What I'm going to speak about today is actually what the code says. I was the last employee chief building official for the county in 2014 before it went through a private venture. I traveled in 3 other jurisdictions through Northern Nevada. I served as a chief building official in 2 of them. I soon retired, and then I came back to Lyon County under a consulting agreement for the building services as a plan reviewer. So that's my history. I wanted to kind of give you who I am. I do possess 26 certifications through ICC, which is the International Code Council, with the National Standards of Building Practices. I'm a certified building official. I'm a certified code specialist. I'm a certified combination commercial inspector, certified combination residential inspector. So I've been through the gamut. And what I want to do today is really just talk about, you're going to hear a wide variance of opinions. Everybody has an opinion about an 8-point. But what I'm going to talk about today is just what the code says. There was a question about what law or what practice tells us what we have to do. Back in 2018, when you adopted the next cycle of the building codes, you adopt some stuff as standards that you're legally liable to uphold. And those have to do with foundations. I will tell you the foundation is the most important aspect of the building. The point was well made already that manufactured homes have a different foundation than the rest. I will tell you back in 2006, 2007, 2008, when an 8-point really became traditionally used, there was nothing out there to tell people what to do. The codes didn't address it. If I went through the code books in the International Residential Code and the Building Code, they don't discuss an 8-point foundation. They discuss pure foundations. And a pure foundation is supposed to be engineered by a registered design professional. So that's what the code says. We've allowed perimeter foundations to go in under the IRC because it meets the prescriptive method of the code, meaning that this is how you build it. Foundation can't be more than 8 inches thick. Spread footing has to be 12 inches in width. It can't exceed a height of 4 feet. And we've allowed owners and contractors to do that with it because it's allowed by the code. But there's no mentions of 8 points. There's no mentions of 4 points. It's all what is a permanent foundation. And it's supposed to be done by a registered design professional. Because the reason I'm going to explain to you why is number one is the soil conditions. Andrew, Mr. Haskin talked about the soil conditions within Nevada. So a 2x2x2 footing underneath a mobile manufactured home, nobody knows what it's going to support. I'm not here to make the assessment. I'm here to take the assessment for that property owner, present and future, by a registered design professional, that somebody's looked at the soil quality and the fasteners that actually go to the marriage line, that they meet some kind of design specifications and approval. That's what the code says I should be doing. So I wanted to take a few minutes and discuss what that is. The next thing that Chief Harvey talked about was seismic. We are in a high seismic area. Granted, we don't have events like every day, but we are in a seismic events, and the insurance writers do look at that. What precaution are we doing through the code to prevent damages to be created that they're going to have to pay on future claims? Flood hazards. One of the things that's really become popular in Lyon County in the last probably 5 to 8 years is mitigating flood hazards throughout the county. You cannot use an 8-point to mitigate a flood hazard. It's not there. What you have to do is get a registered design professional, design a product that's going to actually look at the quality and the style of that manufactured home, single, double, triple wide, and design what's going to be best for that present buyer or that future owner of that property. So in conclusion, I'd like to say just a couple things. I'm here to answer your questions about the code. I think it was brought up a couple times. What does the code says? The code's silent on this. It gives you the opportunity, the authorities having jurisdiction in Lyon County, decide what's best for their public. In absence of that direction, what we would look at is a registered design professional telling us the foundation type of materials of what's supposed to be underneath that manufactured home. I will say one thing, in the past, we didn't have a lot of guidance. So when we were dealing with the 97 UBC years ago, and we went to the 2003 International Residential Code, we went to the 6, we had to make things work for the community. So that's why that discretion was put in Title 10, was so that we can look at things that are products that are not considered and what we need to bring back. But again, in conclusion, I'd like to say one thing. Number one is foundations are important. The longevity of the home, that's number one. You're going to get longevity. If we had a maintenance code and you required the building department to go out there and check manufactured homes at certain stages of life, we would have some of that data that you wanted. But we don't do that, because once we permit it, allow it to go in, we never follow up through that course. But I wanted to say the biggest thing is don't confuse affordability to deferred costs that are going to be on a home. When you look at that and say that's the owner's option to do that, the code is built to protect the life and welfare of the public. We don't defer things intentionally to somebody else, another owner of that. So I'm going to be here, but what I wanted to do is share that tidbit of the code and make sure you understand where this is coming from, the design. And today, the code really says a registered design professional is to make that assessment unless it has a perimeter foundation, which a contractor could possibly do depending upon the set. So with that, I'll be here as well for questions.
So I have a quick question. So if there was a registered design professional, they could evaluate that home, they could actually make a decision about what's right for that home on that property, that specific property.
So let me take 2 minutes.
Not a one size fits all. You must have a perimeter.
So let me discuss the process for you, so everybody understands it. A owner or an applicant comes in with a building permit application. They come in with the construction documents to be reviewed by the county to show that it's code compliant with the book. You know, we do a lot of work with owners here in Lyon County. They come to the counter and, you know, they need help, and we do that. But the issue is when we're looking at a manufactured home and we're looking at what's required, the state requirement, or should I say the stated requirement in the code book, is a registered design professional should make that interpretation, not an owner, not a builder. Especially when you're modular. Think of it, let's talk about a metal building. I bought a metal building and I bring it here. It's an engineered building. It has to have an engineered foundation. I have a house. I build a house. It's an engineered house. It's an engineered foundation. Manufactured housing today is the only thing that does not have that. And as Andrew pointed out a little while ago, it should be the same. It should be the same across the board. They are single family homes, stick built. The only difference is built in factories. So.
Any other questions from the board? Not at this point. Thank you, Mr. Keating. Sure. Okay, this time we'll go on to public comment. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. We won't restrict you for viewpoints, but please do try and be cognizant. If the argument you're making has already been made by somebody else, don't repeat it. We're already a little behind schedule with our Board of Health meeting, but at this time we'll take public comment, and we'll start with here in the audience in residence first.
My name is Archie Walker, and I've heard a lot of minutes of information, and I would summarize it this way. Government overreach. You can't disguise it. You can't disguise it. It is what it is. And I think it becomes obvious through the language that's used. I think it becomes obvious when you say things like making things work for the community, when what you really are doing is taking away things that have worked for the community. I'm so disappointed that last month, as we heard this was coming up, all of the integral processes of getting to this point were unanimously for this. Yet the residents of Lyon County are against this. You take a survey, may it becomes obvious. So I'm very disappointed that when somehow or another, when the government overreach ball gets rolling, it blinds us to what's really happened. And engineers and experts are not perfect, they make mistakes. We depend on a lot of their information. But we've seen in the past year and a half that experts cannot be trusted. Computer models don't work. I'm just saying, Mr. Hockaday, Commissioner Hockaday made a great point about the individual freedoms that we have. That's why I live in Lyon County. I don't live in Douglas County. I don't live in Washoe County. I certainly don't live in Park County. I live in Lyon County, and I've liked living here. And we've struggled through COVID and through these times. This is not even the time to be bringing this. If there ever is a time to be bringing this, when we find that houses are falling down because they're not built right, or because of other structural problems, but that nobody's presented that kind of evidence. 10 to 12 fires a year that threaten a manufactured home or whatever. What about the other 15,000 homes in Lyon County that don't get threatened? Government overreach. I summarize with those two words: government overreach.
Thank you. And please don't forget to sign in.
I took the signage.
Next person in the audience, anybody? Sir, you're gonna have to come up to the stand. You're gonna have to come up to the stand and sign in and identify yourself, please. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes.
All right, my name's Bud Adair. My question is on the full perimeter foundation under mobile homes. If a home is not engineered to take a full perimeter foundation, they're worthless. They don't have hold down systems or any of that that's going to actually hold the home in place. Not going to do any good in an earthquake because they're going to slide right off of it. So, I mean, I think just doing that, you need a lot more into it than just saying, I want to put a full perimeter foundation and everything's going to be fine.
Thank you. Any?
My name is Carolyn Dyer. I'm a YERINGTON resident as well as I'm a lender here in town, a mortgage lender. And I brought this up at the last meeting, but I've just learned that skirting isn't, people aren't maintaining their skirting, or maybe skirting is not fireproof. It seems to me that rather than totally changing the whole scenario, that maybe creating codes that enforce people actually doing their skirting or using the right type of skirting, and having code enforcement and charging people fines for not taking care of their property and keeping it safe is a better alternative than totally restructuring the entire design. Also, regarding foundations, just to let you know, on every single manufactured home that is financed, you have to provide within the last 18 months a foundation certificate by a registered engineer. Every single loan I do requires one of those, and it tells you the current status, and they draw a diagram of the 8-point, how it was done. It indicates the property was not moved. It also indicates that it is done to code, and that it also covers the skirting. I recently had a home in Lovelock that the skirting had worn away areas at the bottom. The person had to go and replace the skirting, put termite proof skirt bottom around it so that pests and stuff could not get in. So that is covered on anything that's financed. I can't do anything about things that are paid for in cash, but anything that's financed, every single lender is requiring that. You addressed equality. Manufactured homes are not, I mean, I live in a manufactured home. I love it, but they're not equal to stick built. If you put a stick built that was exactly the same design, exactly the same garage, exactly the same amount of land next to a manufactured home, that manufactured home would not sell for as much as that stick built. They are not, and probably will never be equal. I'm really sorry about that, but it's the reality. In addition, financing is not the same for stick built that it is for manufactured. The rates are higher, the points are higher. You also, if you were doing conventional, you have to put at least 5% down on manufactured, but you can buy with 3% down on a stick built. There is one kind of manufactured home, it's called HFA preferred, that is built exactly to stick built codes. That's financed exactly the same, but I have yet to see one placed anywhere. I finance in California and Nevada. I've not seen anybody buy one because they are so much more expensive. The reason that people buy manufactured to a large degree is because they're more affordable. And when you raise that price from $37,000 to $50,000, they can't afford to buy at all. You've knocked them out of the market. And is my time up?
Your time's up. Thank you.
Okay, got it.
Anybody else in-house? If you could, just go ahead and please line up so we know.
My name is Robert Canham. I live in Silver Springs.
Make sure you sign it, please.
I've lived there since 1998. I have an 8-point foundation. Have never had a problem. It doesn't sag, no cracks in the walls. I worked for a person that buys lots, puts homes on. And he recently had one done with an 8-point foundation in Stagecoach. And it was $24,500 for this foundation. And cost makes it prohibitive for someone with a little bit lower income to buy it, which if it had been an 8-point, they could have bought it. And I think that's sad that it's literally going to make it to where Lyon County can only sell properties to people with money. And I don't think that's right. Like I say, I've never had a problem with my foundation. I understand there's skirting that's, and I've installed it. It's a cement board, works just as good as concrete. It's flame-proof, fire-proof, ant-proof, whatever you want to call it. And I believe that would be the way to go. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Russell Best. Like I told you, I've been around this industry a long time. Prior to 76, they were mobile homes. After June of 76, they became manufactured homes. HUD took over. Now there's a difference between a HUD house and a UBC house. One is a HUD house. It has things put on inside the rails. And I don't care what kind of house, if it's got those on it, whether it's full perimeter foundation or an 8-point, it's got the same ones put on it. I've got a picture here for a couple of guys here that may want to be interested in them. Here is a UBC house that was built, or UBC, someone built from here.
Hold on, Russell. Excuse me, Jeff, can we look at this since it's not open to the entire public?
So you're gonna have to provide copies. We put out here out front and for us to.
Yeah, sorry.
Then it'd be all done.
Sorry about that.
Meanwhile, what they're saying is 8-point isn't good enough. It's been there for 20, 30 years, not a problem. The foundations are solid. I lived in them when they had the big earthquakes around here, and guess what? My house didn't fall down. Nothing happened to it. I didn't even have any cracks in the walls, where some of the foundations, they had cracks in them and they had to patch them before they could fix them. All it does is cost more money for no reason. I put a pony wall all around the house with cement board on it, which keeps the fire out. And if you don't believe that, the whole houses are built with cement board. The only weak spot in it is the roof. So, I hear all this stuff that people don't want to talk about, but this is the real truth. What does it cost more for a foundation? Vita, do you know what it costs for a perimeter foundation? Your husband's a contractor, right?
Sir, this is that question answered. This is public comment.
Oh, he can't answer. Okay. I thought I would ask, since she probably knows all that. Anyways, that's the things that you're dealing with. A 1976 home is a lot harder to get a loan for than a 2005 home or 2010 home. Why? The banks don't want to lend on it. So you try to find different ways not to lend on. You put this in effect and eventually they're going to want them all done. And you're going to ask for the perimeter foundation eventually to sell the house or to refinance it even. These are things you got to look at. You can't just do this. Plus our
30
neighborhoods and
seconds.
Stagecoach is a lot cost effective, or whatever you want to call it. They make less money than the rest of the state, unfortunately. Okay. I guess I can say enough. If you want to see pictures, I'll show them to you. I'll show you yours especially.
I don't think you have what you think you got.
Thank you, Mr. Ghost.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Ron Bell. I've remodeled dozens of manufactured homes, tore them off, building new ones currently as we speak. These 8 points are the last thing standing. And even when they're referring to these 8 points, fire underneath, earthquake, they're referring to these Breaking Bad era 8 points, not these new modern ones. They're strapped down and there's slabs underneath them. And the skirting, it's cement fiber skirting. We have to pre-drill them, use masonry bits. Manufactured housing won't even let us screw into them or nothing. Everything's got to be autonomous to them. There's no fire getting through those, and it's been proven. These things are FHA approved. Banks will loan them, totally insured. Same price to insure an 8 point as it is a foundation. The most modern day era engineer in the whole world, Elon Musk, one of the #1 employers of Lyon County, lives in a manufactured home / tiny home with, guess what, an 8 point foundation. He is sending people to the outer space. I mean, imagine that. In regard to leveling, you know what it is? You just go in and you put a few of these under there. People do them without permits all the time. Sure, if you got to get a permit, that's fine. Get a contractor. Leveling is no big deal. I rarely see these unleveled and sitting out. I've never seen them upheave, especially in this area. Granted, maybe in the floodplains, if a flood comes through there, that's fine. People come to Lyon County. They're forced out of Carson City, Reno, California, even to come here and enjoy our lifestyle and the freedom that it gives us and the patriotism. And to be told that now we got to adapt these California-esque laws that allow on affordability, gentrification, and more Airbnbs. We're already seeing this in Reno with all the new laws there. We're just going to end up gentrifying the area. These houses have already gone from, get this, $375,000 to $400,000 now for a new manufactured home. It's going to be $20,000 more to put one of these on. And that's the bro deal for my guys, right? The rule of two when you build is whatever costs you
30 seconds, Mr. Bell.
You double it to the consumer. So that means I got to raise my price to $40,000. I'm going to be selling these, and everybody else is going to be selling them $400,000 to $450,000 for a manufactured home. It's just, it's gotten crazy. So, I just wanted to share my information and, good luck with your decision today, but really these are wonderful product. It's not your grandfather's and Breaking Bad old 8 point foundations.
Thank you.
Scott Keller for the record. I hear a lot about the cost of the stuff that's going on. I think some of their credibility is out the window because I'm in the trades and I know. And like even one of these sheets that was presented, it says square footage. Everybody knows you do lineal footage for a wall. not gonna do square footage, they overinflated. Everything that I hear is about them. Well, health and safety isn't about the cost of doing it, what it costs for health and safety. That's what you guys are here for. One thing's been brought up by by the fire department, planning, emergency management, about flooding, seismic activity, wildfires. You guys would be negligent, the county would be negligent if you don't take action. Because now if we do have a wildfire and you guys didn't do something to solve this problem, you guys are being negligent. There has to be something, either you have to address the problem now that it's been brought before you. Some people up here say that they have had no problems with their homes. I've been under hundreds of homes. There's been a lot of problems. There's a lot of dead animals underneath them after a few years. That can be good and healthy. I just think that some of this stuff's been overinflated. Another thing I wanted to say is ADA compliancy on some of this stuff. When you're only going 8 inches up to a step, you can have a ramp out at 8 foot. I don't know if you've seen some of this ADA compliance stuff that's out there, where you've got a 30-foot ramp or 40-foot ramp outside of the house just to get in and outside of the house. And we do have aging communities. So the ADA compliance stuff would be easier addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Page, looks like we have at least 3 people online, starting with Jeff.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sir, your name?
Jeff Veasley, Jeff, last name V as in Victor, Easley.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm a small developer and I've developed over half a dozen homes in Lyon County, and they've been manufactured homes. I'm also a licensed manufactured contractor, and I'm going to tell you, the first thing I'm going to tell you is that to re-level a home is anywhere between $2,500 and $5,000, depending upon the size of the home and what you want to do. The second thing I'm going to tell you is that if you were to pass this code for the houses that are currently setting on 8 points, for lending purposes, they're going to become non-conforming, which means that anybody who has something less than a full perimeter foundation, the financing is going to be harder and more expensive. The third thing I'm going to tell you is, yes, I've just spent $24,500 putting a full perimeter foundation in on a mobile home, whereas it would have cost me about $3,500 to do a standard 8-point foundation. The fourth thing I'm going to tell you is that with the WUI code, it does require hardy board siding, and if they're going to do an FHA.
Can you hold on for just a minute, please? Okay, go ahead and resume. Sorry, we had a little disturbance here.
That's $1.
Okay. The next thing I'm going to tell you is that with the WUI code and with which you've already adopted, we use hardy board siding and we use treated wood to stop. And that hardy board siding is hard screwed to the house, so someone would have to break it or take it off. They're talking about 10 to 12 fires a year. What I'd like to do is ask the fire department to tell us how many house fires did they have in the whole county that they dealt with. If 10 to 12 may be something they don't like, and they're comparing it to 700 fires, it's not a fair comparison. So I don't think we have enough information to make a decision. And it sounds to me that the people of Lyon County don't want full perimeter foundations. And the last thing I'm going to say is that there are other types of foundations that the building department is not even considering, such as the runner foundations. I think they need more information and to work with some of us in the industry to come up with some solutions to their problems, instead of the regulator just coming out and trying to mandate something that they think is right without considering the experts who do it every day.
Thank you, sir. Looks like we've got Amanda Bernand.
Good morning, Amanda Bernand, AMANDA, BRINNAND. And I just wanted to say I am a current resident of Lyon County, and I support requiring a full perimeter foundation on manufactured homes. I've lived in both an 8-point and a full perimeter foundation on a manufactured home, and I can say that all the positives described in this presentation are accurate, and that's why I support this. When I lived in the 8-point foundation manufactured home, I had to re-level it twice. That was a huge cost. I also had rodent issues because the rodents, the skirting was getting, with our son, it was cracking, and no matter how well I maintained it, the rodents were finding a way in. I no longer have rodent issues on a full perimeter. I also had some freezing pipe issues on when it was skirted because it is colder underneath. I've had 0 issues with a full perimeter foundation. And another issue that was brought up is that an 8-point is higher in the air. And so the stairs are higher. And so there is, if you have to rebuild your stairs or put a ramp in, the cost will be lower on an 8-point foundation because you don't have to go as high. And then there really, other than cost, I really did not hear a downside to a full perimeter foundation. Yes, a full perimeter foundation will add to the initial cost, but this will be partially recouped when you go to sell your home because they will be worth more money. And let's face it, homes are expensive right now, no matter what. And manufactured homes are still less than a stick-built home, even with the added cost of a full perimeter foundation. So they still will be less. And then one last thing I wanted to bring up is in this previous discussion, some individuals use the word modular interchangeably with manufactured homes. There is a difference, and I just would like to confirm that this amendment is for manufactured homes only. And I'm guessing that modular homes already require a full perimeter foundation. I just was curious about that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have Susan Fisher and Jeff. You still have your hand up if you want to take that down, unless you wanted to speak again. But you've already used your 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Susan Fisher with the Town of Toronto, and I represent the Nevada Housing Alliance, which is the statewide association for manufactured home dealers and related vendors. I want to make it very, very clear. It's been mentioned by some in public comment that 8-point foundations are fully engineered. So whether it's a full perimeter poured in place or an 8-point perimeter or 8-point foundation, they are fully engineered. And also there were questions asked about re-leveling, and Mr. Beasley and Mr. Ball both referenced that the cost quotes that I had received were about the same for re-leveling, but it doesn't matter whether it's an 8-point or a full perimeter poured in place foundation. Both may need to have re-leveling at some point. But if you have the proper setup and proper drainage, it can be 15 years or more before you ever have to do any re-leveling if it's ever needed. The ruling code negates the argument for 8-point being more susceptible to fire because of the fire resistant the board at the bottom. And I want to mention also, I think it was brought up that insurance rates are no different for an 8-point or a full perimeter foundation. So the insurance companies don't see 8-point as greater hazard risk. We do appreciate very much the consideration for if someone is already under contract, if you are inclined to pass this, if you're under contract now, that they would be exempt, or there would at least be some consideration to exempt them from this. But we do urge you to reject this because there really is no public health or public safety advantage to this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Looks like we have Darren Proul. I think I'm saying that the right way. Next up.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
You need to speak up a little bit. We're having a hard time hearing you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
That's better, yeah.
Okay, my name is Darren Proul. I am a developer of affordable homes in Nevada. I have a project currently that's manufactured homes in Nye County have another project of affordable homes in Washoe County. This is requiring this would be an undue burden. If 8 Point Foundation, and they are engineered, I agree with Susan Fisher, they are engineered. And in my projects, I have to have a structural engineer review the foundation and sign a letter before FHA and VA financing can take place. If the foundation, the current 8 Point Foundation, is good enough for VA financing and FHA financing, it's good in Nye County, it's good in Washoe County, and probably every other county in the state, why would Lyon implement such a burdensome cost to a new home buyer? It will hurt those that need affordability the most. And that's my comment. I think this is really a bad idea and adds to the cost of homes. And that's exactly not what we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Page, do we have anybody else on there that you say?
I don't see anybody on Zoom, sir.
Anybody else left here that has any comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for further. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew.
Can I make one more point? Having to deal with 8 Points being engineered. Up until about 2 weeks ago, we actually were not requiring them to be in. The drawing there on the right was actually submitted about 3 weeks ago by one of the mobile home installers as the plan for an 8 Point Foundation. So we've since changed that policy. Looking at the code gives us, as Sean mentioned, should require that. And so I just wanted to bring that up, though. Everybody's been saying that they're fully engineered, and that hasn't necessarily been the case in Lyon County.
Is that the case now?
Yes.
Okay. One other question. The comment has been made multiple times about affordability and affordable housing. How many of these houses actually go on residential lots as opposed to buying acreage, which most people can't afford anyway? I mean, like 1 acre, 5 acre, 20 acre.
So, I mean, that's kind of a tricky question because acreage is a residential lot.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
in my thought process, if I
Are you
can't afford.
talking more like a suburban residential? Like
Yeah, I mean, if I can't afford the foundation, maybe I shouldn't be looking at the acreage. And I'm just saying, I'm not, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm just wondering.
To be really honest, we didn't look at those numbers,
Okay.
and the reason is because it's all residential lot. You can't segregate the two out, so I didn't pull that.
Well, they do that themselves by cost.
They do,
So-
but I can't. I don't have that data.
Okay, Madam Vice.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment when it comes to cost and size of lots. It's been in my 20 some odd, and I don't want to date myself too much, years experience as a broker in the Lyon County area. It really doesn't matter if you're on an acre lot, a 1/3 acre lot, a 5 acre lot. It really, it kind of depends on the area more than it does the size of the lot. Houses are going to get appraised based on the square footage of the home. Do they have a garage? Do they don't have a garage? And honestly, they don't give you a whole lot, even with the garages, shops, stuff like that. They might, appraisers might have it, but for the most part, they're looking at apples to apples. What's the square footage of the home? Is it a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, 2 bath, like type? And they don't really give a whole lot to the lots. What size it is. It really doesn't
Well,
matter.
my comment was just.
And I took note this last year in the discussion of bringing this forward, and was looking through the MLS and looking, public records of what sold this last year. And just in my area alone, I actually looked at Dayton and other areas, but more familiar with Silver Springs because I live there. But I was going through the MLS, and the houses were single family residents that were manufactured homes, not stick builts. I didn't even bring those into equation. Manufactured housing only. Out of the brand new sets, It didn't matter if it was on a full perimeter foundation or an 8-point foundation as far as what the appraisers and what the sold prices were. We actually had a couple homes in Silver Springs that was on an 8-point that the developer was able to sell those homes for more than similar size homes, same size, that were on full perimeter foundations and had a garage. So you can't say that this is going to make housing unaffordable. Housing in my book right now is just unaffordable for everybody. I wouldn't want to go buy a house right now. But as far as pricing people out of the market, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing people go out and spend as much or more money in getting financing on a home that is skirted on an 8-point versus the other buyer down the street that bought the exact same home, but it was on a full perimeter foundation and maybe even had a garage. So I don't see where this is jacking up the market at all. Well, you know, if you're gonna compare apples to apples, then do that. Otherwise, you know, I keep hearing, you know, hey, it's gonna cost me $20,000 to put a foundation, and now that cost has to be passed on to the consumer at $40,000. Well, as far as I can tell from the solds out there, public record, people, go look. Don't take my word for it. As far as I can tell, they're already getting that $40,000 and didn't have to spend the 20. So that's where I'm at. And I have a motion that I would like to throw out.
Mr. Commissioner Henderson had some comments first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haskell, just one question. You said that until recently, the county wasn't requiring proof of engineering for 8-point foundations. That's not to say that they weren't engineered before they were installed. Just the county didn't require proof.
That's true. Some of them could have been. I don't know. I'd have to defer to Sean. He's the one who reviews all the plans as to what the ratio would be. But yeah,
that's fine. Thank you.
But like I said, I mean, that picture, that hand-drawn drawing, that was something that we had accepted as recently as 3 weeks ago.
Madam Vice, you had
and we have changed that.
Madam Vice, you had a
Yeah, I would
motion?
like to move to approve this ordinance with the recommended amendment to item 6C to remove the section on administrative variances for homes older than 6 years, and approve item 6C as amended to amend the manufactured home standards to require full poured-in-place engineered foundations and limiting the age of a manufactured home when installed in Lyon County when placed as a single-family residence and other matters pertaining thereto. Sorry, I just stole yours from you, so I didn't mess that up.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have struggled with this issue. I've spent a lot of time on the computer looking at different foundations and requirements of them. And, you know, on a personal level, if I was going to go out and buy a manufactured home, I would want it put on a poured-in-place foundation. However, I would hate to take it. That's a personal choice. And I think that 8-point foundations or other types of foundations out there that are suitable to protect and properly site the manufactured homes. I really hate to do something that might price somebody out of the housing market, because I know one of the proudest days of my life is the day I bought my first house. And yeah, I'm struggling with this, but I'm not going to be able to support it today. Thank you.
Mr. Hawk, anything on there? And Mr. Jacobson.
This was a very difficult decision for me as well. I've listened to everybody. That I promise I will always do. I listened to our experts here in the county. And from personal experience, I do appreciate having my home on that permanent foundation. Again, I live in a manufactured home.
Ms. Keller?
I think I said what I needed to.
Yeah, from my standpoint, I mean, the foundations, especially now that you have to have proof of engineering. And I think this is more onerous. I'm not so concerned about the cost. I think it's more of a personal choice and more government overreach at this point. I mean, if I were going to build one, I sure as heck would put it on a foundation just because that's where I would feel the most comfortable. It's what I've always lived on. But I can't see creating more regulation around it. I'm sorry. So with that, I will open up with a vote. So all those in favor of the motion, rain cramp, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
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 And the motion fails 3-2.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if we can take a couple minutes so we can set up for the Board of Health meeting.
Okay, how long will it take? 5?
Wait, could we make another motion?
No, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Ladies and gentlemen,
I'd like to make another motion to, I need that sheet though. If I could borrow that.
can we
With Andrew's motion.
take another motion?
No.
Steve?
Yeah, confused.
Yeah, so that the motion failed, but now another motion wants to be proposed.
Is it, can we do that?
On the 6-year. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move to amend item 6C to remove the foundation requirement and the section on administrative variance for homes older than 6 years and approve item 6C as amended to amend the manufacturing home standards, limiting the age of a manufactured home when installed in Lyon County when to 6, this language got kind of confused on here.
I got you.
The approval item 6C is amended to amend the manufactured home standards, limiting the age of a manufactured home to within 6 years. In accordance with state law.
And I'll second that one. Any discussion? Okay, take a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
based upon the fact that the motion is, you may want to ask for public comment.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Do we have any public comment on that motion?
Archie Walker, I'm not sure my comment is that. I don't think you held a comment on the previous vote, and that was, I want to make a point that the considerations have been dealing with real estate and money and building codes and all those kinds of things. I do want to remind everybody that Lyon County still has a stipulation for an owner builder. And so there are situations where owner builders are involved in this and not contractors. And I just want to make that clear because some of the things that are coming about seem, if you're worried about discrimination or treating one group differently than another, I think that you need to think about that, and that should be a part of your future considerations. Thank you.
Mr. Haskins, did you want to address that real quick?
Yeah, I just want to say that you can't have an owner builder for a manufactured home set. So that's a state ruled manufactured housing. So
thank you.
Just throwing that out there.
All right, and before I actually take the vote on this motion, I would really like clarification on if you're able to move the home within the same county to like a specialized community, like a senior adult living. I mean, if you've got a home that can physically be moved, I mean, you can move a real house from one spot to another. I mean, I shouldn't say a real house, but stick-built house.
Yeah, again, I'd have to do some additional research to see. So I know that you could not move it from one single family lot to another single family.
Okay, can you get some
So
clarification?
I think
on
what
that?
you're talking about is between, you're just.
Like if you're going into a senior park or something.
Well, those would be parks.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
if you
know.
own a home and you
I
want to
know,
move it.
so I know Rob Pizell is on here, and I don't know if he has any guidance on, sorry to put you on the spot, Rob, but have you done any research on that? Oh, hold on.
I would ask for clarification from the chairman as to Can you be a little bit more specific as to what you're asking?
So I've got a home on a single family lot that's 8 years old, and I want to move it within the same county, but to a senior residential community. Can you do that?
At this point in time, unless you have a plan unit development that specifies an age restricted community, of which I believe there is only one. And those would, that particular PUD requires it to be a single family residential dwelling unit. So it would have to comply with the standards currently within section or chapter 15-351. And I think with the code amendment as proposed by Commissioner Henderson, I would ask Commissioner Henderson if his language would restrict the movement of manufactured homes within the county, or is it strictly all manufactured homes?
So actually, I got to back up on this. Is Andrew Haskin again. Got to back up on that a little bit. This amendment is specific to single family residential lots, and it's in state law that we shall adopt an ordinance stating this. So
Okay, so it took us down the rabbit hole.
So whether or not it's affecting mobile home parks or not, it doesn't matter. State law says that we have to adopt this as part of our standards.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, we'll go on ahead and we good to take the vote now, or do we have any? Okay, we have any more public comment? Looks like we do have, please step up to the podium, ma'am. Jeff, we see you online. We'll get you in just a second.
Hi, Carolyn Dyer. I think I might have, I'm hearing your question. So we're 75, so we may want to move into something. So we have people all around, whatever. Are you talking about a park, or are you talking about single family residence? That's the distinction here. Does that make sense? In a park, the park has a rule about how old the things are.
They've answered my question. This is public discussion or public comment at this point. Thank you. Yes, please.
Ron Bell, I think what you're trying to accomplish here with this adjunct is it's just a little bit too ambiguous. And I would suggest you maybe move this to another meeting, so there's some more research, more time for public comment on it. And I've seen plenty of these older homes been moved with great success, because the building department is going to make them, not necessarily bring them up to code, but they're going to make sure there's a good foundation put on and things like that. So it can be done. It can be done quite successfully. I've moved a number of old houses, and I think it's going to encourage old houses just sitting there rotting, and more of the, pardon the analogy I keep using, but more of this Breaking Bad look that we've got around here. You know, we really got to start cleaning these things up. This would allow somebody to move that off, still have some value, no environmental waste created. These are incredible burden on the landfills. It's dump trucks full to get rid of these things. So I think maybe just give this thing some time and let it, get digested by both the commissioners and perhaps maybe address this in another meeting.
Thank you. And online we have Jeff.
Jeff Beasley again. I think that under Robert's Rules of Order, which is what I believe that the commission is running under, the whole question has failed. So I would defer to the lawyer to research this, but I think we have to propose a new question to be voted on, as opposed to partial amendments that have already failed.
He did propose a new motion.
No, you have to have a new question. You can't just do a new motion because the motion has failed. You can't vote on the motion that has already failed again in whole or part. So I think you have to have a whole new question. I would ask the lawyer to review, to check that.
Steve.
They want a lawyer, not me.
You want a lawyer at the top.
I think we're okay.
Steve Rye, District Attorney. The board is governed by the open meeting law, not Robert's Rules of Order. This is a motion of the same agenda item, a separate motion, another motion. That's proper action by the board, as long as it's properly made and seconded, which it was. and you've allowed for public comment. So in my opinion, it's appropriate to vote on the motion.
Thank you. There's no question in my mind, but thank you. Doesn't look like there's any further public comment, so going ahead and take the vote at this time. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Let the record show it passed 5-0.
And now we can take our 5 minutes.
And let's take 5 minutes. I offered, I got the email, I got the text, I offered. Against her. Still missing a couple of commissioners. We got a quorum. Okay, at this time, we're going to recess to reconvene as the Board of Health. I will turn it over to Dr. Titus.
Where is she?
She's over there.
Should be a green light.
Okay, good. So thank you, everyone. We will now convene as a Board of Health, and I'm sitting down here because I didn't want to kick the new chair out of a seat that he just acquired. So congratulations, Ken, on being elected chair of the Lyon County Commission. So we'll call this meeting to order of the Lyon County Board of Health, and at this time, we will open up to public comment.
See nothing on Zoom, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So with seeing no public comment, we'll go ahead and move for possible action, approval of the August 26th minutes of the Board of Health.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the August 26th meeting, the minutes for the October 26, 2001 meeting of the Board of Health.
Second.
Any discussion? I thought okay. Any discussion? With that, we'll take a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes of the Board of Health, August 26th?
Aye.
Any opposition? The minutes approved unanimously. We're going to move on to item agenda 8B, which is a presentation by the Nevada Department of Transportation to give regarding safety procedures in Lyon County. I might just add that we got here because members of the County Commission were concerned about accidents that were happening on Highway 50. And it really brought out a concept that we needed an overview of really what the safety procedures were on our highways in Lyon County. And so we reached out to Nevada Department of Transportation, and we have several representatives here. And so with that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to them. And Manager Page, do you have a comment?
I do, Madam Chair, members of the Health Board. Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. A couple of things. So NDOT will have a brief discussion with you folks as to what they're doing. We have the sheriff here. We have some fire personnel here, the city of YERINGTON here. Justin Holman may or may not be on Zoom. He's actually out working with NDOT right now on a safety issue on a county road out on Highway 50 where they intersect. So we're having that discussion. But the purpose today is just to identify some of the challenges that are facing us in Lyon County in regards to highway safety, 95A, Highway 50, 208, 338, and all the state roads that are in Smith Valley, Mesa Valley that exist, and some of the challenges that we're facing with that. There will be no decision making here today as far as the Board of Health goes. We can, after we get to today's presentation, start formulating some thought processes and come back to the Board of Commissioners or the Board of Health for formal action on things that we want to take care of. I will tell you that in my 37 years of being with Lyon County, the relationship with NDOT and the county is significantly different than it was 37 years ago. I remember sitting in Director Jeff Fontaine's office with NDOT at the time with Sheriff Jim Vick over exit 48 in Fernley. And Sheriff Vick asked Mr. Fontaine how many people had to die before they fixed exit 48, and Jeff said, what do you mean? He said, I will get a bus full of that many people, get them killed so we can get it fixed. We have gone from that mentality to we have a day-to-day operation with NDOT on a regular basis. They're willing to listen and work with us. Which are great. I've had a couple of Zoom calls with them, and Lyon County is not opposed to working with NDOT, including financial support to address these issues. The challenge is what's the best way to identify and to fix the issues. As an example, I've heard many people say they don't want Highway 50 and Dayton to become the next 395 amended. Well, I got to tell you, that ship's sailed. So we have to figure out how we deal with those issues. So with that, I'll turn it over to NDOT and their side of it, and then we'll have the city of YERINGTON has some concerns as well. And the sheriff, I'm sure, has some comments to make. We'll go from there. Over here. Over here, Lacey.
I pointed you in the wrong direction, sorry.
There you go again.
Good
Incorrigible.
morning. Good morning, Chairman Gray and County Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us today. For the record, my name is Colleen Unterbrink, and I am the Rural County Liaison for NDOT. We were just here a couple of weeks ago for our county workshop, which was a great productive session. Just a side note, I know some of you in the room, I'm also a 16-year Lyon County resident. So what we talk about today is personal as well. Sometimes, you know, we talk about, well, you're just NDOT, you're in Carson City, but some of us actually commute these very roads that we're going to talk about. With us today, we have Lacey Tisler. She is our Assistant Chief of Traffic Safety. We also have a couple people on Zoom. Is it possible to do introductions? We have Guinevere Hobby. She's the Assistant Chief of Multimodal Planning. There she is up in the upper right. And then we should have, I'm not sure if she's back yet, Nova Simpson. She's a subject matter expert at NDOT, wildlife biologist, and when it comes to wildlife mitigation, which I'm sure is going to be a hot topic today. So I'm not sure if Nova is on there, but we'll find out. So I'm going to turn it over to Lacey. I just want to say thank you for reaching out to us. Jeff reached out in November, and we're extremely happy to collaborate. And how can we work on this together? Partnerships with law enforcement, with first responders, with the county, and with NDOT, and most importantly, with our citizens. And how can we work on communication for driver behavior and increasing awareness? Okay.
Well, I just learned I brought the wrong technology. So I'm not going to have slides. If we end up needing them, we'll find a way to get it up there. But if not, I'll just go ahead and discuss, because this is something that I'm very passionate about. Again, I'm Lacey Tisler. I'm the Assistant Chief Traffic Safety Engineer for the Nevada Department of Transportation. But I'm also charged with the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is a federal core aid federal program that works on reducing fatalities and serious injuries on all state and local roads. So your local roads are as important to me as your state roads are. 2021 was a tough year. We don't have the final numbers yet. We're too early. But as of November, end of November 2021, there were 349 fatalities in the state of Nevada, 15 in Lyon County. It was the deadliest year in a decade. Before that, 329 in 2016 and 2018. This trend is alarming. It's not okay. And thank you for the public health, because you know this is an intersection of transportation and our people. These are people that are dying on the roads. So a little bit about the Highway Safety Improvement Program. Right now we get for the entire state just over 20 million to put into safety projects. With the new transportation bill, it's going to bump us up to about 25 million. And I'm in charge of putting that statewide. We do a lot of that through the strategic highway safety plan. That is a multidisciplinary plan that historically started with the 4 E's of traffic safety: engineering, enforcement, EMS, and education. In February 2021, sorry, we expanded that to include equity and everyone, because we've realized that we can't limit it to just our professionals. We need to get everybody on board, and we've been missing people like public health. So in our SHSP, we look at a number of different facets. We look at our system, our safer roads. We look at speeds, intersections, things like that. We look at our safer drivers and passengers, which includes our occupant protection, our older drivers, our younger drivers, you know, those people that are at risk on our roads. Our users, our vulnerable road users, our motorcyclists, our pedestrians, our bicyclists, our impaired driving. That's a problem. I think we all know that's a problem. And we look at that on a statewide basis. But we run our data, we do everything on a statewide basis. And of course, we look at our population centers. That doesn't touch Lyon in the way it needs to, right? So I've been looking at proposing a local road safety plan, which is a partnership
between my team and Lyon County to develop how safety looks in this area. We can look at it countywide, we can look at it citywide, however we want to do it. But we're going to need partners from us from the engineering side, but we're going to need our enforcement partners. We're going to need our EMS partners, education, our public health. How are we going to get together and get that conversation started to actually move the needle on these fatalities and serious injuries? And once we get local road safety plans, we get those going, I can help give you the HSIP funds, Highway Safety Improvement Program funds, to manage some of these safety programs. But I need your help looking at the county and your cities in a more local manner, because I'm stuck to the statewide without you. And that's really the basis of what I had on my presentation. So please, let's work together. This is the first step in a very long process. We're not going to see the needle move next year. I'm sorry. But 5 years from now, I really want to come back and say this day saved lives.
Ma'am?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make a comment, and because this board previously has reached out to NDOT regarding access management, which I view as a way of mitigating future accidents. Because we have allowed, I should say, in the past, driveways too close to the next intersection road, not utilizing frontage roads. I know some areas don't have them. Utilizing backage roads. So we've reached out to NDOT on numerous occasions about doing an access management plan to where we work together. I know we here at Lyon County, we look at those things when people are looking to bring a new business in and it's going to be on the highway. But your guidelines and what we're looking for might be two different things. So when you say work together, is this access management going to be a piece of that? Because we really need to work with NDOT when we've got truck stops or, fueling stations, quick stops, any of those things that get a lot of traffic 24/7, especially that they're not so close to the next intersection, the next secondary roads.
Absolutely. And we were blessed to have the opportunity to speak with the town of Dayton last month. And one that came up as a item of concern. And our permit engineer from District 2, who manages those permits, it is committed at that point to be an active participant in that, because we need that coordination. One of the things that I've been saying is people don't know if they're on a state or a local road. We need to quit drawing those lines so hard. It's our people that are out there making that connection. So yes, I will talk to district again, and please have your permitting teams talk to us. And yes,
I mean, because we've got communities like, I live in Silver Springs, so I deal with not only 95A, but we got Highway 50, and now we've got, whether you want to call it USA Parkway or Infinity Highway, or give it a number, pick one. So we have a lot of highway access in and around the Silver Springs area. So that's something our community is talked about and tried to push, like we use the term access management in our area since 2008 and 9. And we've, like I said, it's been brought up here at the county level and at the commission level. And I would really like to see something, more firmly addressed with NDOT for all of Lyon County. When it comes to that, I'm not trying to slow down businesses, but we got to do things that make sense when it comes to the traffic patterns.
Absolutely. Businesses, housing developments, all that generate new and added uses and new and added conflicts. And we need to address those when they come in and not reactively.
Any other questions? Commissioner, go ahead, sir.
Commissioner
Jackson. So you can't see me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Right, Madam Chair?
That's correct, sir.
So, all right.
That's how I identify.
Keep throwing curveballs, and I've never been able to hit a curveball, all right? First of all, I want to thank you. I love to hate technology. You did a great job presenting a bunch of information without your PowerPoint. And so when that happens, I totally feel for you because that has happened to me numerous times. It makes me lose my mind. You did a good job of not throwing anything, which I would have probably done. All right, not at anyone in particular, Russ. So anyhow, my question is tied to safety, and appreciate NDOT being here. It seems like the elephant in the room in the Fernley area revolves around highway safety, and the biggest problem that I think we face is the railroad. The expense of going over it, the mouse hole under it, has created bottlenecks in Fernley, but yet we never see Union Pacific or whoever come to the table with any money, any support, and they are multi-billion-dollar, millions upon millions of commerce travel through each and every day. They're talking about putting an inland port in Fernley, and yet it's the taxpayers in Nevada, Lyon, local people, Lyon County residents flipping the bill and being taxed with the highway safety and coming up for solutions to get around the Union Pacific Railroad when they're never at the table. How do we get Union Pacific to own some of this trouble in North Lyon, and come to the table with some jingle to help alleviate the congestion and safety issues that we have, whether it's with the first two exits and then not even utilizing the third exit for through traffic. That's my first point. And then my second one is I understand that NDOT may look at different safety issues, let's say, all right, so Lyon County, we have this, Churchill County, we have this. The majority of the people, I would say 90% minimum, and that's an estimate. So but of the commuters that go from Reno to Fallon or Fallon to Reno have no interest in stopping in Fernley. They have all the amenities in Fallon that we do, and the gas is cheaper. So when the gas is cheaper, they don't want to stop anyhow. So is it possible to look at some of the Churchill money, because it does affect the Churchill commuters? If we're looking at a big pot of money for this, where we are servicing the Churchill people, even though we're putting in access points or alleviating congestion through Fernley for those commuters to get to where they're going. I just think that's maybe two avenues that we could look at to bring safer routes in North Lyon in particular. So the railroad stepping up, owning some of this, and then maybe utilizing some of the money that may go to Churchill for their safe routes, and helping them on a route closer to the Fernley area, because if we utilize that Nevada Pacific Highway for that cutoff for Fallon commuters, I'll guarantee you that I bet 90% of them use it just to get through Fernley quicker.
So
And again, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. But I'll start off with the railroad, because part of my highway safety improvement program has a very small subset, but it's the rail grade crossing safety program. So I work with UPRR personally all the time. And not only is my office responsible for tracking data and trying to make improvements in all of Nevada's state and local roads, we have to inspect and make safety improvements or propose safety improvements on every at-grade rail crossing, whether it's state-owned or locally owned. So I spend a lot of time on the phone with the railroad, and they are historically hard to communicate with. They have gotten better. I have had good contacts, and both me and the safety side, and I know our freight team can definitely help facilitate that conversation. And honestly, we should. So I don't have an immediate answer, but I do know how to talk about it.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome. But I'm going to send the Churchill comment over to Colleen because my money is a little different than what she's saying about, or what you're asking for on Churchill. Sure. Well, with regard to Churchill, I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. I will go to my supervisor who's on the call here, Guinevere. But yes, I just wanted to reiterate that we can coordinate a meeting with Union Pacific and do what we can to make that happen. And if I may, Madam Chair.
Please do.
Can I also please respond to Chairwoman Keller's question? With regard to the driveways and access management, that's something that is so important. And I think historically we have a relationship NDOT as being reactive rather than proactive. And that's something that Jeff and I have talked a lot about as far as bringing NDOT to the table during the planning stages when it comes to development. And as your liaison, I can be there for you. I may not be that subject matter expert, but I can get that subject matter expert who needs to be there. So when you are at the table, when Andrew and others are meeting with development, what is it that you need? Those experts can tell you what type of traffic study and what do we need to prepare and plan ahead so that we're not running into these situations. So I just want to encourage you, that is my role here as your liaison. I'm your advocate.
So Colleen, I have a question along that same line then about development and also for board members. And since our development folks are here, when a perfect example in my mind would be this new gas station that's on the corner of 95 and alternate 95 going in with the big truck stops, et cetera. Right. And did that require, obviously they had permits. Was there any negotiation or work with NDOT before permits are issued when something like that is being built about access and merging it? Was there any thought from the county? Jeff, maybe you could.
We talked about it, however.
Right, that to me is a
yes.
Right there happening now. And I was curious, this is a good topic to bring this up. So was there any requirement when they got their permits to look at merging, road safety, access issues? Does that exist in this county already?
So the perfect example is the current Golden Gate truck stop that's just built right here in the corner of 95A and 95A and 339 or Goldfield Avenue. So there is a process when they go through us. We always inform any applicant that's building along a highway route that they need to reach out to NDOT and get those things addressed and taken care of. NDOT has become more and more part of our process. They at times do send people to our roundtable meetings. So yes, they have those discussions. For the example for Golden Gate Park or Golden Gate, to be quite honest with you, we helped withheld their temporary certificate of occupancy based upon having NDOT sign off on their temporary access until they can get warm enough weather to properly pave the entrance and exits. There are things that NDOT's going to require them to do once the weather improves for dealing with Highway 339 as well as 95A / Goldfield Avenue, but they couldn't do it because of weather and there's no batch plants open right now for asphalt. So those things have to take place. We work with NDOT extensively on those types of issues. So yes, that is part of the process that does occur. There are other projects coming in, for example, on South Mason Valley or South Lyon County along Highway 339 and other areas that will have impact on traffic. And those folks have already been informed. They haven't even filed an application. Go talk to NDOT right now before you get going down too far down the road. You start spending a bunch of money doing your due diligence to verify that NDOT's going to actually let you do what you want to do and access the highway where you want to access it. So it's generally up to the developer to do that, but we strongly work with them. So to answer your question, yes, those processes are in place.
Okay, any questions from the board before they move forward? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this is the appropriate time to bring this up, but we're talking highway safety. And I think we all agree that one of the most hazardous times on a highway is when you're trying to pass on a 2-lane highway. And yet I've noticed on 95A, because I tend to travel that a lot, coming from Dayton to here, that the last time we did striping on there, we reduced the length of some of the legal passing lanes. And I'm really kind of curious as to why, because the sight lines were there, it was fine. So now you're forcing people to try to pass in a smaller zone. And to me, that's just inherently more dangerous. So I'm trying to understand the thought process there. Why would we reduce passing lanes that have been in place for years?
To be honest, I don't have a good answer for that one. Neither of us were part of the design process, but I can tell you what I'm doing to address that in the future. My team kicked off a statewide passing and climbing lane study in late 2021 to look at our entire system for that same problem. Because we have risky highways throughout the state with truck traffic where people pass and they take risks. We're looking at where those passing and climbing lanes need to be. And we're expecting to have an answer this year and to start construction on those as soon as just time and financially feasible.
And
Because it's huge and it's a big.
it is. I agree with that. And, passing lanes are great, but we don't have them yet. So
Yep.
to me, it's just counterproductive to shorten the length of a legal passing zone that's in existence.
And that's something that we can talk with district about. They're likely the ones who changed the striping. And we can definitely bring that up.
Like I said, now you're trying to force people to pass in a shorter zone, and that makes them hurry, and that leads to more accidents, or I'm sorry, crashes. For Senator Menendez.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? So I'm curious, I'd like to address, perhaps you have your wildlife biologist on, or your wildlife mitigator, I think, on the line. And one of the things that one of the reasons that this was brought up, I think Commissioner Gray brought it up for his area along Highway 50, and on that Highway 50 continues to be an issue in my mind with the horses that are still there. I'm just wondering about the planning and the mitigation between horses and vehicles, and what that future plan looks like, if there is one for NDOT.
Unfortunately, she had to leave. I'm sorry, she waited as long as she could, but
I am on the phone if you can hear me.
Yay, you're back. Okay, Nova, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Nova Simpson. I'm a life mitigation specialist. I do apologize if I break up. I am driving home from an appointment, so I'm going to pull over here real quick. Yeah, so, we look at the state as a whole and try to prioritize our areas based off collisions and severity. And obviously our areas there in the Lyon County are definitely ranking up there in the higher priorities for us. So, we are trying to address the various areas, as you've seen, working on US 50. We're currently working on a project closer to Dayton that started up late last fall. And we're still investigating other areas. And every project is just going to take time as funding comes available. One thing that I wanted to bring up while everybody was here, and I think it's really exciting, is the possibility of, possibly hoping that we could have maybe an additional workshop with you to talk about some possible things that we could get help on from your side to reduce some of these attractants in the areas, such as City of Reno just put into plan a wild horse requirement with new developments, where the developments have to have a fence out policy so that the horses can't come into any of those new developments. And granted, that's not like your single homes that I know you guys have a little bit a different situation. It is more rural, but any of those new developments, at least in Reno area, that are adjacent to areas that have wild or feral horses along the range there, they have to have that fence out. So maybe in areas that have similar developments, we could talk about how we could develop plans similar to that to kind of help reduce some of those attractants and that type of situation. But yes, we are slowly working on expanding our program into other areas, and we do prioritize that as we have the ability and funding to do so. So I don't know if that exactly answered your question, but that's kind of a nutshell of how we're addressing the areas.
Thank you. Nova, any questions for Nova? Since we have, go ahead.
Just
Commissioner Gray.
a couple things here real quick. One, so in Reno, they're fencing the horses out of the developments. And, I guess, I don't know how that would work up there, but with us, that almost seems like it would create more of a hazard because it would force horses out onto the highway, out of the area where they want to get the grass to where they're going to be crossing the highway, getting back and forth to other places. So that kind of scares me. And I did want to go back to the highway safety issue. So you guys put your signs up and I really appreciate them. 15 Lyon County deaths. At the same time, a couple other signs went up. Road work begins January 3rd. Guess what people think? People think you guys doing safety stuff out there. And it's not safety stuff. And we had another major accident Christmas Eve, care flight and ground ambulance. It was like 3 or 4 car accidents. So I be prepared for some blowback, for people thinking there's finally going to be some safety stuff started. And, and it's kind of, I think, schizophrenic. We're screaming safety and NDOT is not doing safety. They're doing pavement rehabilitation or something. There's I think a disconnect. I mean, we really need help with safety in that corridor, The pavement, as far as I'm concerned, is good for another few years. The left turns coming out of some of those neighborhoods aren't going to make another few years. So there you go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? Colleen, you have anything further for us?
No, I'm thinking about how in the interim, I know Commissioner Gray was at our presentation at Dayton Valley, and I get the frustration. He's absolutely right. He said we move slow as molasses. And I understand that frustration that, that safety should be out there. We will work with our communications team on messaging, but I'm also thinking of how can we collaborate in the interim? What impacts can we all make working together until we get these additional safety improvements, whether it's additional horse fencing and things like that along the road? What are things that we can be doing with law enforcement, with the county, with messaging? What are things we can be doing? So I'm kind of, I guess, also asking you all if you're willing to brainstorm and talk about those ideas.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. On the brainstorming, but I think even just one more controlled intersection farther east, either at 6 Mile Canyon, Occidental, or the other Occidental in front of Maverick, would greatly cause people to at least stop and think. I'm telling you, like Jeff said, one bus full of people, it's gonna blow your numbers apart. But the school traffic coming out,
right?
You watch them in the morning and you watch them in the afternoon, and it's going to take one bus or one, van load of kids. It's not going to be good for anybody. So
I hate to say this, but our numbers were blown apart last year, period. It took 2 hours and 15 minutes to receive our first fatality in 2022. It's gonna take a lot more than a signal. And a signal is a very good start, but we really need to have these conversations, and we need to have them sooner rather than later with all the partners.
Agreed. It's going to take more than a signal, but a signal's a start, and it's going to reduce that traffic flow and add more cognizance to those intersections, especially by the school. It's been there for 18 years now, and it is just absolutely, and there's people doing their best. They're getting the message. They're turning right at some of those places, going down and making a U-turn or making a left and then coming back. But you really don't have that kind of an option when you're coming out of 6 Mile Canyon, or I'm sorry, not 6 Mile, but Fort Churchill from the school. So just, whatever we can do to maybe help force, your hand or something, let us know, because something's got to be done. And I'm not a signal fan. I'm not, but I also don't want to see any more people dead or maimed.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, and we're all for highway safety, and I've been involved with NDOT since 2007 when I first started working with NACO. So on various committees. But one thing that it seems to me is when we go and we engineer things to make safety improvements, we need to make sure we do it in a way that doesn't really impede the people that know how to drive. Because some of the things you guys do, you're engineering roads for the stupid people. And I get that. but there's got to be some kind of happy medium, and I hope you guys take that into consideration during your plans.
Can I
Go ahead.
respond? I appreciate your comments, Commissioner, and I've heard folks say that off the record. You can't build roads or you can. But I appreciate what you're saying, and driver behavior is a significant issue, and I'm sure the sheriff can speak on your behalf. I mean, I witnessed it commuting from Fernley to Carson City. I get passed on 95A in a no passing zone in the dark continuously with its driver behavior. However, one of the things that came up, I just want to mention really quick in our rural county workshop that we had 2 weeks ago with the priorities, passing lanes, truck climbing lanes, that came up as one of the top 2 priorities for the county. So NDOT has our One Nevada plan, which some of you are probably familiar with. It's basically our strategic plan. It's a data-driven plan that's going to identify what those key priorities are in each rural county, and it's going to put them through our data-driven process. And the #1 goal in our One Nevada plan is safety, enhanced safety. And so when we have these triggers and things that are happening, as unfortunate as it is to say, that's actually a good thing. Because when it comes to showing the need for this and how it's a high priority, that's a good thing. So I know it's not going to make it happen fast enough, but I just wanted to reiterate that that is there.
Well, I think it's a perfect segue to reach out to Sheriff Honeywell and to see if he has any comments.
Absolutely.
Frank Honeywell for the record. So in today's world, the law enforcement perspective is a reactive part of this. The one thing I can say in my 28 years of doing this is the last 4 or 5 years, I thank these ladies and other members of DOT, because for the first 25 years of my career, you never saw it. You didn't hear from me, didn't nothing. There was nothing. You were lucky to get a road maintenance guy to come out on our accident. It's not like that anymore. I mean, are we a day late and a dollar short? Maybe, but are we moving in the right direction? Yes. And just like they alluded to, 15 fatalities in Lyon County. We had just under 500 accidents in Lyon County for last year that we responded to. That's not counting the ones that DPS went to. So the numbers are climbing. If you guys didn't realize or didn't notice, last week when Mother Nature inhibited the roadways all around this area, who got the traffic? We did. I mean, the only way you had to get to Las Vegas was to go through Smith Alley. And I had like at least 8 or 10 different people stopped in Central. My GPS doesn't work. How do I get to Vegas?
Point him west.
I simply told them, I see that line of 50 cars that are coming down the road, just jump in behind them and follow them because they're all going the same place. You're going to see that. If you try to leave Yerington on Goldfield at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, don't go down Goldfield, go out that way, because you're going to sit at that intersection for 5-10 minutes before you can get out on the highway. That's reality. Reality is that this is becoming a thoroughfare, and you get more and more people. Burns the same way, Date's the same way. A lot of transient traffic. From a law enforcement's perspective, can we keep up with that? No. When I was driving an unmarked car between here and Dayton and Silver Spring all the time, I got passed every day. And I started making a game out of it. I'd wait till I'd see him come up behind me and let him there right beside me. Then I'd turn the lights on. And the fact is, and you guys said it. I mean, and you guys even said you can't build the road for everybody. You're trying to make it as safe as you can for the people who are being stupid. Making the passing lane shorter on 95A. All that does is keep the good drivers from doing what they would do. It doesn't change the bad drivers. I mean, you could put double yellow lines the whole way from Weeks to here, and they're still going to pass it. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I agree that having some get-togethers with everybody that's involved and having some input. I mean, I can tell you from traveling all over this part of the state that I would much rather go down Highway 50 than I would 395. I mean, 395 is a scary road between Gardenville and Holbrook Junction. I mean, it's flat out scary. So we're moving in the right direction, and I'm going to support these ladies in as much as I can. And I'm glad that you guys are entertaining these, but I'll stand here next to them and say, I'm not going to let them take the brunt of this punishment because it's not all their responsibility. And I think just we just need to work together and make it work.
So, thank you. Any other comments on Manager Page?
So the sheriff brings up a couple of interesting points that we haven't discussed, and that is enforcement. And I'm not here to bag on the state. The state's in the same boat that we are. And since I have the current sitting assemblywoman, the issue that we have in dealing with NHP is their vacancy. And so, as I understand it, and the sheriff, correct me if I'm wrong, they are filling those positions as quickly as they can for the urban areas. And we wind up suffering because they got to take care of those. And I get that. I understand that that's where the population is. But I think that we as a county need to look at our own operation law enforcement wise, which we've done a fairly decent job of over the last several years in negotiation. And I think the state needs to take a look at it as to, we are receiving NHP troopers to come to work for Lyon County Sheriff's Office. I will tell you that in 1986, that did not happen. I will tell you that in 1996 or in 2006, that did not happen. Because the state, right, wrong, or indifferent, has not done a lot to keep up with wages and benefits for law enforcement that the entities around them have. So if you're a trooper in Las Vegas, as an example, you're going to be there for about a year till you get off FTO, and then you can work for Metro making about 15,000 or more. You can't fix that problem. But for the rural areas, you can't. So I think we need to work with the state legislature next session and ensuring that they're dealing with the DPS state police and ensuring that they have some decent wages and benefits so we can keep people on the highway. Because when we start putting our deputies out on Highway 50 or Highway 95 to do enforcement action, we're taking them off our county roads, i.e. 90 or Miller Lane and Pete Hendricks, to deal with those same issues as well. So I think we can partner with the state to help identify some of those enforcement issues that we have. I agree with the comment that was made that you can't engineer stupid. And that's unfortunately what we're trying to do. And the big issue for me has been for the last 10 years is the lack of or the insufficient amount of enforcement on our state highways from both NHP as well as the sheriff's office or the city police department because of manpower constraints. It's all across the board. It's not just one agency, but enforcement's a big issue. When people see, if you can watch when NHP has hit Highway 50 in Commissioner Gray and Commissioner Henderson's neighborhoods, when they've hit that Highway 50 section for about 3 days, man, I come zooming in at 65 miles an hour in a 60-mile-an-hour zone, and people are like looking at me, staring at me. How are you getting away with that? And then after that, if they haven't seen law enforcement presence, then they're back to getting to Fortune Highway 50 at 70 miles an hour. And so we need to kind of work on that. There's two parts of this: what NDOT does as well as what we do with the enforcement side of it. And I think again, it's a big picture item. I think we as a county sit down with NDOT, NHP, the sheriff's office, our road folks, and how do we solve some of these issues and problems? I wish I could solve the problem for the state. I can't. I just need to focus on what's happening in Lyon County. And I think we can get up some pretty decent solutions in the future. Madam Chair, I do believe we're Jacob. Coward. We do have a request for a small presentation from Mr. Flackus from City Public Works for City of Yerington to discuss some of their concerns. So I will turn it over to Jay. I do have your stuff put up on the screen. If you want.
Anybody want to take a copy? Super fun.
And also, just before you get started, sir, I'm going to address County Manager Page's comments, and since he brought up the legislation on a statewide basis, clearly you did not follow IFC last month when I hammered them over those issues. So anyway, back to the city of Yerington. And I also did speak at the post-graduation last month, and there were no applicants for our NHP program that graduated from Post or even went to Post. And it's a huge issue that I have brought up and will continue to bring up from the state level on TPA. So I'm worried about that also. Also on NDOT's level, we don't have enough employees at NDOT to even plow the roads. And so it is a statewide issue on at many levels that, believe me, is not going unnoticed.
And I don't want to leave the impression I'm bagging on the state. We're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
Getting employees and getting qualified people to come work for us and stay when there's other things that, Las Vegas is a perfect example.
Commissioner Gray?
Madam Chair, I was going to say, a friend of mine in NHP, I guess they had an open recruitment up here just a few weeks ago. They had 3 people show up, 0 people qualified.
Right.
And that's kind of scary.
It is. And again, they, at one point, they lowered the requirements, and that's not what we want to do.
Right.
All right, sir, are you about to ready?
I'm ready.
All right, go for it.
Wow. All right, his time is over.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. We're trying to make up time now.
No. It's super important. You know what?
I'm gonna love it.
Everybody can love it. I'm sorry. Hey. Jay Flakus, City of Yerington Public Works. Glad to be here. I want to talk about the NDOT Miller bypass. I think everybody understands it, but if you don't, it's right up there on the board. Basically, our traffic that's going from north to south has the opportunity to bypass the town of Yerington. About a 3-mile savings. And I am not, the entire bypass is in Lyon County, not in the city limits, but my concern is the economic consequences of these people not making it to our town. And we have a decreased drive for franchisees like your Taco Bells, your other places. They don't want to build in town because they know so much cross-state traffic skips to town. The traffic counts that are used to justify the lack of stoplights at Goldfield and Main and Goldfield and 339, those traffic counts are skewed by all that pressure being released through the bypass. So we don't get our stoplights. That's an opinion. I mean, I'm assuming that's the case. RTC funds that are intended for low traffic, rural roads are now spent maintaining state highway level traffic. So I took a picture with the old drone. You tax dollars at work. You got an NDOT road and you got Pete Hendricks at Falcon Way. The people that are using the road are using it in the same way, regardless of whether it's a state highway or not. You guys get one?
We're looking right now for sure.
I like them too. Yeah. So anyways, let's see what else we got. Law enforcement and the fire department focuses their very limited resources to prevent truck traffic and responding to regular accidents at Miller and Iazzi. I didn't bring any accident pictures, but there are lots of them. The entire rest area network is bypassed. Anybody going from north to south misses the single rest area in this location, which is in Yerington. Area winter warning signs are all bypassed. Passing on the bypass is extremely dangerous due to narrow shoulder areas, not everywhere, but some of the areas on the bypass have 0 shoulder. You can see that in the picture. There's no night light along the entire shortcut. Flash flood prone areas near Pete Hendricks and North Bybee need traffic on the highway during emergency events, not on the side roads. It is common to have cars, and by common, I mean daily. Common to have cars slide off into culverts, canals, and drains. So what has the county done? The county's installed rumble strips and flashing LED lights to try to increase people's. You got people, like was brought up earlier, somebody who doesn't even know how to get to Vegas. They don't know they're in Yerington, they don't know in Lyon County, and they're trying to get from A to B. And the county has done everything they can to wake people up before they get to this intersection. But it's not enough. Because we continue to have weekly accidents. So I don't have an answer to any of this. I'll present some ideas, but basically I'm just complaining.
At least you're honest.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, what we need to do is, I believe we need to take action. And if that's a very minor action, that's what, it's only going to get worse. So one could say, well, why do you want to direct more traffic to YERINGTON? Well, because I want NDOT to fix the right of way properly so that it can handle that traffic, not have it bypass. And I don't want the county to waste RTC funds paying for people to go from Arizona to Oregon. So some ideas. Don't miss YERINGTON. That's easy enough, right? I didn't ask any of those people if I could put those logos. No, I just didn't. Okay, I love this one. DA sending cease and desist letters to service providers that provide the bad GPS navigation that's costing the county money. Fun idea. All right. Remove a portion of the roadway, literally. No, hear me out here. You remove a chunk of the roadway. After a year, it'll no longer be a shortcut on the GPS routes. It'll get removed.
Got to keep reporting it.
Why don't we put it in a permanent state of construction? Something. We got to do something. Okay. All right. Very difficult to enforce rural speeds with cross-country fast traffic. So these people don't care that they're on a rural country. You see the amount of farm traffic we have, the amount of agriculture traffic we have, that's on that road. So anyways, that's all I got.
It's
All
funny.
right, hold on. So that's all you have,
That's all
right?
I have.
Okay, we'll now take questions for him, Commissioner Gray.
Well, just along the same lines, not really a question, but I was thinking the same thing. Why not at both ends? Put dead end signs.
Absolutely.
I mean, people that are local are gonna know, oh, it's not a dead end.
All right, Mr. Page.
Jeff Page, County Manager. So I'm gonna be the jerk that shoots a hole in the balloon. So we have a number of issues with Miller Lane and IASI to Pete Hendricks. One of those is that Miller Lane to Pete Hendricks has been built and constructed over the years using federal dollars, using federal grants, meaning that similar to anytime we take a federal grant to do anything, there are certain requirements that go along with that for basically eternity. So one of those is that we can't limit the access to, we can limit access to truck traffic, but we can't limit the access to the traveling public. Now, Pete Hendricks is a different road because we've not taken any federal funds there. So we can get them to Miller and IASI, but they can't go any further than that, then we do. So that's a bit of a challenge. The second thing is that we didn't create this bypass. There are, and Jay's not saying that we did, but there are rumors that the county has requested NDOT to create this bypass. So I will clarify those rumors right now. About 9 years ago, two local prominent citizens asked to meet with the Department of Transportation to discuss bypassing YERINGTON. Those two folks, myself, the then road director, Gary Freed, and I believe, I can't remember if it was Commissioner Mortensen or Commissioner Roberts. But anyways, it was the commissioner. We sat down in this meeting at NDOT. They outlined that if they just went straight down Miller Lane all the way to 95A on the other side of town, it'd be just straight through. The state already owns a bunch of property. They get to secure some more property because they were getting tired of all the accidents. We had not left the building. Nobody had picked up a phone. And we were getting phone calls from businesses in town. What are you doing? NDOT informed us nicely, just like they did with Ramsey Weeks, please take it over, that they were not interested in our proposal, okay? Or in their proposal. So there is nothing that the county has requested that make this a bypass. We have sent letters to Google and TomTom and every other mapping entity outlining to them that Miller Lane, IASI Lane is not a truck route. So they have done a fairly decent job identifying that it's not a truck route, but trucks are still going to travel that. NDOT has worked with us. They put up signage for the truckers to see that it's not a truck route on both sides of 95A by Miller Lane and 95A by Pete Hendricks. We still have from time to time trucks that get down Pete Hendricks and go, oh darn, and try to turn around and get jackknifed. So we're still working with those folks to get that done. We work with the Truckers Association to inform the truckers that it's not you got to go through town. You can't go take the bypass. So we're still working on that issue. The majority, and Chief Draper can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that the majority of the accidents we're having at Miller and Yazzie, and yes, I'm woke up at least 3 nights a week because we're having a rollover accident or a car slid off or whatever. None of those people are locals. They're all out of towners going from Vegas to Reno or Reno to Vegas, down by Yazzie or down Miller. It's a 35, 45 mile an hour speed zone, and they decide they want to take that corner at about 60. It don't work. It does not work. NV Energy has replaced that power pole at least a dozen times.
You need to move on the other side.
Well, I don't have anything to say with it, what NV Energy is. My point is we're very well aware of what the issue is, and NDOT is working with us to deal with that, try to get that amount of traffic slowed down. Like Jay has said, I don't disagree. I think anytime we start bypassing the community, it hurts us from an economic development standpoint. We have done everything we can possibly do to notify the mapping companies, hey, this is not a throughway. Dustin Holm and I have joked about putting up Jersey walls to reduce the amount of traffic down there to local traffic only. The challenge with that is then you create more accidents because people still don't pay attention. As I said before, you cannot engineer the stupid out of people. They will still try to do things because they want to go save that 3 miles, save that time. So that is the challenge that we have. It is something that we're still working through, and we're open to any suggestions, ideas. You get me those signs, I'll get them posted up at least on Miller Lane. I can't guarantee 95A. All right.
All right, so I think that was not agendized or any action items. These are all presentations. And so just in the interest of time, and that it's now 12:30, and Jay has already mentioned that he's been here since 9:30. So thank you, sir, for your presentation. And I think it brings that road safety is public health. This is under our county health agenda, and that the umbrella of county health is huge, and part of this is road safety. So I do appreciate the NDOT folks being here today. I appreciate the city of Yerington being here today, our sheriff, and all the commissioners and board members to listen to this, because it does, you may not think of it as a health issue, but it is. We take our lives, it kind of in jeopardy when we get out on those highways. And so thank you for all of that. I'd like to just suggest that we take some of this forward. NDOT, do you have any closing comments? Because this doesn't end here. I'm one that constantly brings up, it's not just good enough to talk about things. We need action items moving forward, and things perhaps that you could bring back to our next Board of Health as we advance through this. And so I'd like to see some forward movement on this and some of these concerns and traffic issues. So Colleen, do you have comments?
I just would like to add a thank you for having us, and I am 100% in agreement with you. And I don't want to be one of those, let's all talk about it, leave, okay, then we're done. So I'm willing to form, if it's a working group of selected individuals you'd like to see to work together, whether it's the sheriff, the county manager, whomever, Shayla, but moving forward, on a quarterly basis, something so that we stay in contact and stay on the path, whatever you would like to see happen.
I think any other comments?
Go ahead, please.
Hold on, we have time for public comment. We do have that agenda, so just a second here. Go ahead.
So something I didn't get into, but I think is appropriate right now, is I mentioned the local road safety plan earlier. And what Jay just brought up is a perfect candidate of getting Yerington together, Lyon County together, NDOT together, and look at like the use and the safety of this. It is not formal or official yet, but we will be taking some consultant support to our board to help each local develop a local road safety plan, probably at the February board. And so if you guys are willing and able to get on my short list for local road safety plan development, I would love to have you up there first or in the first couple.
Me too.
Beautiful.
Great. So I think that'll be the takeaway, and thank you for that. Is there any other comments before we then open up to public comment? All right, with that, we'll move out of 8B, and I'm going to open it up to public comment. Again, no action will be taken. It'll be just open to your time, which I believe is 3 minutes.
I'm a lucky resident of B. Henrich Road. The traffic has increased much since 439 was put through. You know, so there are more people using your so-called bypass, or whatever the hell you want to call it. The only way you're ever going to change their habits is to make it inconvenient for them. Put a stop sign at every damn road that comes in there. And it ain't going to be quicker for them to go down that way.
Can you give up your name, sir?
George Robbins.
Okay, and then you'll have to sign.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
All right. You're within your time. Keep going.
I've
Keep going.
waited
Go ahead.
as long as he has to get up here and talk.
Go ahead. You have your 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Longer.
George.
So anyway, the only way you're gonna change it is to make it inconvenient for them. And most of them are doing 70 miles an hour when they come by my house. And they do it in a quarter mile. It's like a drag strip. And now there's 10, 12 in a bunch. Used to be 2 or 3. And like I keep saying, the power company, I spent $8,500 for an emergency generator because I got tired of the damn lights going out every time they hit a pole down there at Ozzy Road. All they gotta do is move the pole to the other side and it won't get hit. Where is common sense coming? Where's all your engineers at so they can change it? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Archie Walker, again, I wanted to mention an issue that I heard about a month or two ago, and the jurisdiction, I'm not sure that I remember. I think it's the state of Nevada has decided that if you pull over the wrong people that can't pay their bills, or that wear their hair a certain way, or maybe a certain color, or a different sex, or too old or too young, or whatever the case is, that you're a part of some sort of systemic racism. And so they've decided, the jurisdiction, whichever ones it were, have decided that they won't enforce the law for those people. And I want to, since our sheriff is here and we have an opportunity to have local accountability, to look our local officials in the eye and communicate transparently and truthfully, I want to communicate that I hope that that won't happen here. I'm confident that it won't, but I hope that it won't. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other public comment?
For the record, Robert Schweitzer, city manager for the city of YERINGTON. Just wanted to reiterate and kind of touch on some of the discussion that we've had before about the new development at the Golden Gate truck stop, if you will, gas station. And I just want to reiterate that I think we need to keep track of what's going on at that corner. And I do feel, even though the traffic counts don't warrant it right now, that we, working with the state, install a traffic signal device at some point in time. Thank you.
While we're on that subject, and the sheriff still, thank you, sir, for that. I have a question for NDOT that's still here and the sheriff that's still here. I've heard that roundabouts are safer than streetlights because people don't run through round, although they have accidents at them. They are safer than a stoplight.
FHWA lists roundabouts as a proven safety countermeasure with a crash reduction, a fatal crash reduction of 95%.
Right, that's what I had understood. Thank you. I wanted that on the record. Sheriff Honeywell.
It's kind of hard to compare that in Lyon County because you have just as many roundabouts as you do traffic lights. So, I mean, I would say the one in Fernley is a bad example. The one at USA Parkway is a little bit better, and then of course the one in Silver Springs has already been a result of a couple of fatalities. But I think those accidents potentially, at least in my opinion, would have happened whether it was a traffic light or a roundabout. So I do think it's a little bit better. Roundabouts are a little bit better if they're constructed correctly because it does slow most people down. So,
Right. And again, maybe it doesn't decrease accidents, but fatalities is what I'm hearing. It probably does make a big difference. People slow down. With that, any other public participation? I do want to thank everybody for waiting for this board
Madam
to have.
Chair, you have one on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Zoom? I am not in
Melinda
control of that one,
Cash.
so
Melinda Cash.
go ahead, Melinda, if you're still there. So Melinda, if you were still on that phone.
Okay, I am muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, I'm Melinda Cash. I'm a Mound House resident. I also serve on the Mound House Advisory Board. It's interesting that NDOT is bringing up doing these community meetings now. I attended meetings at NDOT, maybe 20, 30 years ago. I don't know whatever happened to that. Anyhow, in Mound House, of course, we have high speed, which is a problem. We've asked for something to help slow these cars down, whether it could be those flashing signs that show how fast you're going and what the speed limit is. We've asked for that. We also have a lot of wild horse crossings, which result in vehicle, horse interactions, which are horrible for everybody involved. And we've asked for fencing. This has gone on for 20 or 30 years now. We've also asked for wildlife crossing, perhaps. There's different debates on that. Also, perhaps lighting in the area would help. So, something to do with slowing the speed down. We're 45 miles an hour. We need to slow the speed down. It's horrible. It's just horrible. The horse crossings, we need fencing desperately. We've asked, we've begged, we've done everything we can do. Minimum, we need more signage showing people what the speed is and how fast they're going. We need something to divert the wildlife from crossing onto Highway 50 so we don't have so many accidents. And yes, at one time, Mound House had a tremendous amount of fatalities here. Why we don't have more, it's probably because people just can't get out onto the highway because of all the traffic. So anyhow, that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. So thank you for your comments. Any other public comment on Zoom or in the room? Melinda, are you still there?
We've got it.
We'll get that to you. Thank you. Any other comments? Any other public participation? With not, we'll move to close, take a motion to close the County Health Board meeting.
So moved.
I guess everybody's going to be in favor of that, huh? Any opposed?
You don't have to do that. You just have to adjourn.
All right, we're going to adjourn then. All right, thank you for your time, everybody.
We'll now reconvene as the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. And with that, anybody opposed to taking a 1 hour lunch?
Let's go.
Okay, we're gonna recess for an hour for lunch. See you back at 1:33.
Not before 1:33.
1:33. Well, I felt bad, like we did an hour. You took a little bit more.
Well, I said that's why
I
I
wanted
usually
to start.
say not before 1:30.
calling the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners back to order. We are going to go back in the agenda and pick at number 10, presentation of awards, recognition or accomplishments. Jeff, you got anything?
Mr. Chairman, we have nothing today.
Okay, moving on to number 11, Commissioners County Manager reports. We'll start at my left with Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to wish all a very happy new year. And hopefully we continue spiraling up as far as right. Commissioner, as far as attended Furnace City Council, appreciate their work. Attended the NDOT meeting, the aforementioned NDOT meeting, and, via Zoom on the priority list. And prior to coming on the board, I know that there was a meeting.
Commissioner, your microphone's off.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Just like to start off by wishing everybody a happy new year. Attended the Furnace City Council meeting last night, then attended the NDOT meeting there. I believe it was on the 20th. And it just seemed like some of the priorities on the list switched from the previous board. And I think we need to keep in mind that Lyon County has a lot of priorities. And sometimes I think it's a slippery slope when we start putting a 1 or a 2 behind them. And but I just want to recognize that we have a lot of priorities in Lyon County when it comes to NDOT and the safety of our roads. But I do appreciate the fact that they're coming to the meetings, being here, listening, and it looks like our communication is opening up very nicely. And so I want to thank NDOT for that. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
I just want to, just in the spirit of moving things along today, just want to wish everybody a happy new year. Hope 2022 is all that we hope it to be. No, in with that.
Great. Commissioner Hockaday.
Happy New Year to everybody. Also, I do look forward to the meeting tomorrow with the Walker River Irrigation District. It'll be going on Zoom at 10 and of course in person here in YERINGTON. But very much interested in finding out what the water report's going to be from our snowpack and also what the lakes are doing at this point with runoff. So I'm definitely looking forward to what they have to say tomorrow. Other than that, I'll pass it on to Wes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I don't like to use the man. I attended the Nevada Association of Counties Public Land and Natural Resources Committee meeting on December 17th. There's no update yet on revised Endangered Species Act regulations. However, the waters of the US, the comments are due February 7th. They have been posted on 12/7. And right now they're proposing to go back to the pre-2015 rules, which is not good for us. The Wild Horses and Bureau, they're still on their plan to get AML in 5 years. That's something that we're going to need to talk to Mr. Rob about when we get him down here, because some of the information in the meeting was new management or under the new administration. They're looking to put more of the focus back on fertility control instead of removal. I previously reported that Nye County had a meeting set up with NASA to discuss the withdrawal from in the Railroad Valley down there. The day before the meeting was scheduled, NASA canceled it, and they didn't say why, and they still have not got it back on track yet. I also attended the Silver Springs Advisory Board meeting on the 21st December. One of their concerns every time they bring it up is, getting Wi-Fi at that community center. So I'm going to be asking for a specific agenda item on that in the near future. I attempted to attend the Mountain House Advisory Board meeting Tuesday night. However, they didn't have a quorum because one of the board members was in Silver Springs fighting a structure fire. So he couldn't make it. Attended the Dayton Regional Advisory Board last night. Nothing really to report there, even though there was a presentation by Mr. Pizell about stormwater drainage, and there's some questions I need to review with staff after that. And other than that, I'd also like to wish everybody a very happy 2022. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on this board for the betterment of Lyon County. Thank you.
Happy New Year, everybody. One of the things that's really gotten my attention here lately is with the state personnel board. I'm not sure the name of the exact board that did it, but they're assessing the penalty now if you don't have your COVID shot. Kind of, yeah, if you're a public employee, what really concerns me is, are they going to start doing this now for overweight people, smokers, anything they consider, a behavior that they don't like, personal choice. So we shall see where that goes. Some good news, at least in the date, well, for Lyon County in general, for Dayton specifically, Deputy Julie Redmond has returned to service in Dayton. So we were very happy to have her back. I guess she got sworn back in Monday morning. So she's just a very well liked and respected deputy. I didn't make any of the advisory boards because you could tell I got laryngitis and everybody's raising their eyebrows at me like, are you spreading COVID to everybody? It's not COVID. It's just laryngitis. Vida will attest that when I talk too much, the voice goes.
Too much Christmas carol.
Yeah, maybe. And then one last thing, I'm hoping, Jeff, you'll address this in your comments and report. The RFP for our solid waste franchise, have we gotten it fixed yet to where the franchisee is going to have to utilize the county landfill should we get it back open? That was language we specifically requested numerous times, and for whatever reason it didn't make it into the final and we didn't catch it.
So from a legal perspective, we can't change the RFP that went out unless you want to start the process all over again.
Yep.
And then we drag it out another 3 to 5 months.
I think if we need to do it right, we need to do it right then. I think we
Then I'll
need to
put it on the agenda.
we need
We'll
to put that
stop
on the
it.
agenda.
I'm not sure that we can meet.
No, that was a huge thing.
Well, so part of the problem is we don't believe that we can legally require a franchisee to dump trash where we say.
Utilize a county facility.
Carson City owns their facility. The only reason why they're currently being dumped at Carson City is they were the lowest bid. Carson City itself was the lowest bid for the trash to be taken to. Otherwise, it would have gone to Story County.
Okay, we need to get an opinion from the DA on that. I want to make sure we don't just make assumptions and. Yeah,
But then, that's not an assumption. That was direct from Carson City as to why they received.
Well, no, but the assumption was, as you said, I don't believe we can force them to use the county dump.
Well, I stand correct. The conversation I had with Carson City was that we can't force anybody to use our
Okay,
dump.
and like I said, I'd like to fall back on, I'd like to get a letter from the DA stating that.
Okay, just for clarification, then to the RFP, I think is due at the end of the month, so I guess we can do it next week. Never mind.
Madam Chair.
Well, I was just gonna make a comment that I actually spoke to Steve Fry about this and basically used the exact words you just used. He didn't believe, hey, there he is. Why don't you just ask him?
Okay.
I won't have to put words in his mouth.
Let's go.
But that's the understanding.
We'll circle back to
It's-
this one if you want to continue on with your report. Interesting.
So I do have a couple of things to report on, even though I was gone for a week and a half. First and foremost, I'm taking another day off tomorrow, so I won't be here tomorrow. We have going up to Tahoe for the weekend. But we do, there are a number of things that are occurring. Just because it's been extreme winter does not mean that we've not slowed down a bit. As you can see on today's agenda, we have a number of issues. Community development's been extremely busy. We're starting to see an uptick in interest from a variety of commercial opportunities that are looking specifically at portions of the Highway 50 corridor and South County because of Nevada Copper's operation. I've spoken this morning with a firm who wants to reach out to us on the industrial side. After listening to them, they need to talk with the city because they want to build up on the city's property. And so things are starting to see up. Speaking of mining, social media has been alive and well in Smith Valley. Okay, so I'll be very clear. Hud Bay Minerals nor any other mining operation has applied for any application to Lyon County for any permits whatsoever on anything on Mason Pass Road or East Smith Valley. So I cannot comment. In fact, you all should have received a copy of an email I sent out during the meeting today to a lady in Smith Valley who's very concerned about the lands bill and about mining. So HUD Bay had reached out to our advisory board in Smith Valley, so they'd like to set up a time to come out and meet with them. They are reaching out this week to Commissioner Hockaday and the board chair for the advisory board. We set something up in March to have a discussion with the community as to what their thought process, what their plan is. Somewhere, somebody got fired up between the two valleys, and it hit social media big time that we were doing all this stuff and that nobody was watching what they were doing, and the county, all the usual rhetoric. The reality of it is Lyon County has not received an application from HUD Bay or any of the mining company to do any mining in Lyon County. Once we receive that, then there's a whole process that we have to go through, as you're all aware of, for them to get permitted in Lyon County to do that, as well as the state of Nevada, and depending on whether or not they're utilizing federal lands, that process. So if you get any phone calls, get any complaints, just let them know that one, we don't regulate mining from the perspective of permitting mines. We provide conditional use permits based upon the type of activity they're using, and building permits for the type of buildings they're building. But they're still 1 to 7 years out of doing anything. Two, it will be a public process if they make application to the county for a conditional use process or permit. It will go through the advisory board, the planning commission, the county commission for that CUP. So they need to understand that it takes time for these things to occur, but people want answers and want answers today. I can't give them the answer because HUD Bay has not told me what they want to do. So we're dealing with that particular issue. And I got phone calls from the irrigation district because he's getting phone calls from members of his board. I got phone calls from citizens in Smith Valley. I got a phone call from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. I'm like, how'd you guys get that? Some lady in Smith Valley called me.
What about Douglas County? Have you been hearing from them?
Nope.
I did.
So we're still in the infancy of that process. We are, as we've discussed, we're working on the public lands bill. We had our first stakeholders meeting. We just got an email today from the contractor trying to get things set up with to get the two tribes at the table of stakeholders to see if they need what they want, if they have any issues or any concerns. And then we start moving forward and mapping the potential areas that we've discussed, either from private enterprise or the county's needs, to put together a map to get out to the public, and we can start having community meetings about what this looks like and those kinds of things. So we're still in that process. We're still moving forward, but it takes time to get all those things together. Moving forward from there. I will probably the first meeting in February put together a bit of a report for the board as to the state of the county as far as what happened last year, what we're looking forward to this next year. We usually do that just before we start the budget process, so you have some idea of what's going on. Mr. Foley has sent out the calendar for all the budget issues. I got my nice email that you have until this day to get all your information to me as every department head. So we're moving forward from there. Keep in mind this budget year, we have a 4% increase that's contractual with two different employee organizations. So any thoughts that you may have down in the future as far as what you want to see position wise, just bear in mind that we also have that 4% increase that's coming on board with that as well. There will be a number of requests from a variety of departments, myself included, to bring positions back or to change positions. We're working through that process with department heads. You may not know that prior to it coming to you folks, Mr. Foley and I meet with every department head over a 3-day period to identify what their concerns are, look at their budget, because many times they'll, I need $60,000 for this, or do you really need the $60,000, or is it we start whittling it down or adding to it, depending what the situation is. So when we bring you a budget, it's pretty much balanced, and for the most part, what the elected or appointed official has been asking for. In some instances, we just have to flat say, well, we can't do that this year unless the board changes their mind. But Josh Ways does a good job of making note of that in the budget book. You will see some changes to the budget book this year. as far as showing what was spent last year versus what's being asked for this year, those kinds of things to kind of give you a better understanding of where we've been moving forward. So Josh and his staff did a great job of trying to move that forward from there. And the last thing, for today, it was brought to our attention that we may have a challenge or we may have fences belonging on somebody else's property at the airport. So
That's a good way to put it.
yeah. And those fences have been in place for years. So I requested Far West surveyor to go out and survey the entire property. We now have the issue of easements on Opal and the fencing issues being addressed now, waiting for some final information to come back. So by the next meeting, I'll have a report to the board as to whether or not we're in the wrong spot, and if we are, what's it going to take to fix that problem. I don't believe it was an intentional act on the former leaseholder. Just hopefully we're in the right spot, but we'll let you know. I have got some preliminary reports back that indicates, at least on the southeast side, that we may be off, but on the west side, we're okay. So we've kind of clarified that. We have it surveyed now. We'll be in a much better spot to address the issue in the future, dealing with, especially if we start to see growth on the west side of the airport at Opal and heading towards Ramsey Weeks cutoff. We at least know that where we have everything that is county property is correct. The east side's a little bit more problematic, I believe, but I don't know that for a fact yet. East and south. I tried to send out the document that Far West sent me, but our system won't let me because it's too large.
But isn't the side of the fence that is in question on the west side?
Well, that's what we thought. We're okay there. It's the east side that's the problem.
How far off are we talking?
I don't know yet. That's what we're waiting to.
So does that affect the property that lies just to the other side of Opal there on the west side of?
I don't believe so. Like I said, we'll have a final report once they get their research done, hopefully by tomorrow or Monday, and I'll put together a report for the board. The pictures.
Was another 30-foot easement. It's got to come out somewhere. That's why I'm saying if it's not that fence.
I mean, to do the easement, we may have to move the fence. The fence is on our property. We're okay. It's on our property line. If we have to do an easement, we may have to move that fence back a little bit. That's not a big issue. My bigger concern is the fence on the east side actually on our property or somebody else's property.
So the plot thickens.
The plot. Never begin to ask a question unless you want the answer.
Well, I'm just wondering if that's gonna change the lineup coming out of the roundabout. Because
I don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay. Like I said, plot thickens.
And that's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes, I do. And I believe that's never ask a question unless you already know the answer. Okay. That's the law enforcement thing. But one of the things that blew up Smith Valley was the fact that HUD Bay requested to come address the advisory board. Up until that point, things were fairly quiet. People were sitting around waiting for other things, the other shoe to fall, so to speak. So hopefully information can get out. I'll make sure that happens. But that was what I know started the whole thing up again in Smith Valley.
Correct. And it just blew up from there. So.
And one of the other questions was, did HUD Bay ask for land to be purchased from BLM give up land to the county so that they could purchase it? And obviously none of that has happened. And the lands bill doesn't include any of that type of information. So that was a big concern if they wanted to buy the land to start their mining. And if they have not even applied, then none of that's going to happen for a while. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Commissioner Jacobson. Just one real quick final question, Jeff. Did you guys, by any chance, I know you're working on the lands, but still, keep in mind maybe somewhere for the pool community complex in the central corridor? And you don't have to answer that, but if you haven't, if you could look at some potential locations, I don't know what.
So yeah, I mean, either property we currently own or there are other properties that within that potential for land build.
Okay, that's
I
good.
mean, we could actually, we have 84 acres of Miravita. We could do it there as
Okay.
well. So,
All right, that's all I've got.
all right, thank you, sir.
Elected officials.
Yeah, just quickly, Commissioner Gray, Troy Lyons, Lyon County Assessor.
Okay.
So I know you came into the office this morning and asked about the notice of assessed valuation. So I just would like to let the board know if any of their constituents have any questions, please call our office. And also on the back of the notice, there is information concerning that as well. So if you can pass it on, if you have any questions for your constituents, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
Will do, thank you. Stephen Rye Esquire. Nothing. Okay, appointed officials.
For him.
Huh?
I thought you had a question for him.
No, I was just asking if he had anything to report. And the guy I thought we were gonna skip today.
Never.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. A couple of things to bring up to you. Jeff already talked about, and I sent you an email this morning. The budget, we will be doing the Board of County Commissioners meeting the Wednesday, first Wednesday in April, which will be April 6th. And then, so please put that on your calendars. I did send an email, so if you check your emails, you'll have that there. But if you don't check it as regularly, you have it now.
No April Fool's Day.
No April Fool's Day. We did that one. The second thing is ARPA, the final rule came out on how you can spend the money from the Treasury about mid-morning for us. So I've been reading the 44-page cliff notes of what that says.
Cliff notes.
Those are the cliff notes, trust me. And trying to kind of listen in here. So I'm pretty sure what it said when I was going through it is ARPA is okay with calling the chairman, hey, you. But it won't fund mobile home foundations. So that's what I came up with as I was, no.
2-car garages?
3.
Too soon, thanks. So anyways, it has significantly expanded what can be used. They previously wouldn't qualify for the revenue loss provision, which allows spending money on government services, increasing staffing for government, spending money on ambulances. You just, I mean, it was like you were reading my lips or mouth or whatever. Yes.
Hospital equipment and the animal shelter.
Yes.
Government services.
Yeah, that's government services. So anything. So basically what it's done is in the final rule, they put in what the Senate put in their bill, which is the first, you have $10 million that's deemed lost revenue. Whether you had lost revenue or not, 10 million is deemed lost revenue. So now we qualify up to $10 million of our funding towards government services. And so the fun part is going to be narrowing down all of the wish lists that everyone has to what the board actually wants to spend those funds on as we go forward. Because I guarantee you, there will be a lot more requested than the total amount of funding. But with that being said, more to come on that, but I just want to give you a heads up. It did come out. I'm on top of it. I'll be on a call with the Treasury tomorrow morning to go through and nationwide call and listen and see what the questions are. And I'll probably read the long version eventually, but we'll go through that. Any questions?
Any questions?
Good news.
Thank you, thank you.
I gave you good news for once. Did you realize?
Wow. Man, he
It's a
didn't
new year.
even give us bad news anywhere in there.
Mr. Haskins would like to meet you out in the parking lot, though.
I would like to call the DA back up real quick. I'm sorry, we did have a question for him. I know, We'll get you, Andrew. We'll get you. We've heard enough from you today anyway. Sir, so the question has arisen. And actually, you know, what, I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Keller. Did you talk to him about it? Can you cover it with him?
Okay, well, the question from Chairman Gray over here, I'm not used to calling you that yet. I'll get it. Chairman
Makes me sound like I'm Soviet or
Gray,
something.
Gray Kin, that's it. Okay. Anyways, talking about the RFP. So something that got left out of the RFP was the fact that we had wanted some language in there if we formed a landfill in Lyon County, that they would have to use it. Well, it didn't get put into the RFP, but you and I had a short conversation about whether or not we could actually request that or require that. And so Ken had brought the question up to Andrew, and since you walked in the door, I said, well, let's just ask you. So I guess I put this in a proper word. So anyways, would it be legal or not legal for us to require in an RFP that whoever bids for the solid waste contract, that if we had, because right now we don't have one, we had a landfill in Lyon County, could we require them to use our landfill?
Steve Rye, DA. First, I guess you could amend the RFP. So that was one of the questions, I think.
Right.
You need to do that quickly because my understanding is due the end of the month, I think.
Yeah, and we raised this question within days of it going out, and I thought we'd already started that process, so I was kind of surprised that we hadn't.
Okay. You can include a provision to that effect, whether or not you can require exclusively that they use that. I'm not sure. It might be a price alternative. But I can have an answer for that by the next agenda.
Can you explain price alternative?
Well, if the county landfill is available, is there a change to what the proposal is?
Okay.
In other words, we can't charge them more than what they would already be being paid.
Well, no, I think it would just be that option, perhaps. I don't know the answer to it exactly, but the two alternatives would be that, yes, you have to exclusively use the municipal landfill in Lyon County, or you have the option of using that. What does it do to your proposal? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So now the next question, what are our options at this point of putting the brakes on the RFP, getting that answer, and then amending the RFP if it's legal? Do we need to have a special meeting to get stopped, or because it's due at the end of the month and people are putting work and time into this?
Right. So the agenda item, I mean, it could be addressed at the next agenda. I don't know if that's sufficient time. However, we would want to do it quickly. So Jeff could post some kind of notice that items on the agenda to make people aware of it. Or we could possibly schedule a special meeting. There's not much time savings with a special meeting.
Really, I'm willing to
quick 2 weeks.
I'm willing to throw a hand grenade on it to make sure we get it right. I mean, if we have to start over, I'm okay going 3 to 5 months to start over.
Right.
But we need to do it right, not just, oh, we made a mistake, let's pay for it for the next 10 years.
Right.
Okay.
My recommendation is if county manager wants to do that, to be an agenda item for the next meeting.
I think we want to do that, yeah.
You know, just Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. It's going to be quite a long time before we would have a landfill.
Yeah, no, true, but
because we would have to go through the public lands bill, get that approved. Nobody knows how long.
I understand that. We've already been down this road, but we wanted that in this RFP. We wanted it. We wanted people to be cognizant of it. We don't want to, if by chance we are lucky enough to get it in 7 years, great. If it's 10 years, then so be it. But, this is something we had wanted, and we still want it.
Jeff Page, County Manager, for the record. So a couple of things. One, we'll put it on the agenda. Okay. I want to make it perfectly clear. You voted on the RFP as it was. I'm not here to cast dispersions or blame. I'm saying you voted on the RFP as it was. If you want change on something that you've already voted on, then you have to put it on the agenda. An individual commissioner telling me they don't like it doesn't mean anything to me unless I get told to put it on the agenda.
Right.
Okay?
No, and that's what I asked.
I know.
Because in my email, I asked you how we needed to get that fixed.
So that I'm just making, so everybody in the room understands that once the board's taken action on something, the only way to fix it is to put it back on the agenda to resolve that issue. So we will have an agenda item for the next meeting, which is Dayton.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dayton,
On the 20th.
to get that dealt with, and move forward from there. I gotta be quite honest with you. I have some concerns from the perspective of this may not be a municipal landfill. If somebody buys the property, a private company buys a property, we're now telling one private company they have to go to another private company. That is a concern that I have. So we just kind of, we can figure up the language to put it in the RFP, bring it back, notify all the bidders that they need to change everything that they're doing based upon that information that's coming out.
I would like to make a suggestion that we at least, I know you want it back on, put it on the agenda to change it, but we did vote on it the way it was. And honestly, I didn't think we could do it anyway. So when Steve said we could, I'm like, okay, wait a minute here. So here's my thing. I was one of the ones that wanted it in there. It was brought up by myself, Commissioner Gray, and I think a couple of us even commented on it, but thing of it was it did get left out. And so I don't know, maybe we should take at least 24 hours, think about this before we just say, throw it on the agenda, because they're right. We got a landfill to get through. And then from a landfill, there is a lot of work with in-depth. I mean,
So
you're probably talking, what, at least 2 to 3 years through in-depth?
Just a comment, but we're kind of getting off commissioner reports. I know this is a question answer
We
session.
nailed you under elected officials.
Yeah, but I mean, this kind of discussion goes beyond what you're
Okay,
allowed
yeah,
to
no,
do.
we're-
We can't
we're-
have a back and forth. You can't discuss it. You also, it is not a board action to put it on the agenda today. That's not agendized. So
Right.
the county manager can make a decision based on what he decides to do with respect to this item. But it is not on the agenda. It's not for the commissioners to convene, contact Jeff or anything else, because it's not an agendized item today. So we need to be cautious about going beyond that.
Got it.
Gave the position of where we are.
You
I
answered the
think any
question.
further discussion is
Thank you.
not warranted on this side.
Back to appointed officials reports.
Since I'm up here.
Hi, Andrew.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. Just one thing today, Commissioner Gray and I had a conversation at the last board commission meeting, kind of just in between, about code enforcement and taking a look at what other counties are doing, and if there's some kind of ordinance that we can put together to kind of strengthen code enforcement. And talking with Jeff and kind of thinking this over, I think what I'd like to do is schedule a workshop similar to what we did with the master plan, and similar to what we've done with the solid waste franchise proposal, just so that we can talk about it as a group and kind of figure out what exactly we would want to see in some kind of ordinance. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a great idea, and I would just, I know that we invite the advisory boards, and that would give them a chance to be involved as well in the actual workshop with the commission. So I think that's a great idea.
Perfect. We'll, Jeff and I will get together and take a look at scheduling. There's probably going to have to be a bit of legwork that goes into that. So, he and I haven't talked about it, but just off the top of my head, probably March, April is when we'll be looking at doing something like that. So anyway, just wanted to let you all know that that's the direction we're going to move.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yep.
Any other appointed officials online? David?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, David Briquetta for the record. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Just 3 things real brief. At probably the next board meeting, I'm going to have to bring forth a change order on the Dayton Rehab tank project. I'll give you more information at the next meeting, but I just want to give you a heads up. The good news is basically we ran out of weather in which they can paint the exterior tank. So it's going to have to be extended until next spring, but there'll be no cost associated to the county. But I just wanted to let you know that this is coming. In brief, we had a precautionary boil order notice back on December 21st. This is the most significant precautionary boil order notice the utilities department's ever had. We had a significant line break in a transmission main, a large 14-inch transmission main, where we actually lost about 1 million gallons of water within an hour. So what had happened, we're still determining the cause. We're investigating that right now. We are running into challenges trying to get replacement parts. It's that whole supply and demand issue. Believe it or not, we can't get 14-inch PVC pipe. So we may end up having to switch material on it, but we're working through those details. But this is a good opportunity to just kind of explain what a precautionary boil order notice is. So under the regulatory requirements, anytime that we lose pressure in the system, we're required to issue this notification. And, you know, these are common occurrences that happen in the utilities department, probably maybe once a week on a very small basis. If a valve fails and it impacts, 5, 10, 15 people, we notify those people, we provide some water, we go through the testing. And so normally you don't hear about those because we don't go through a formal media release and everything. But because this one involves such a large area, I know that in the River Park area, a lot of people had low water pressure. And then in the Copper Canyon area, they actually did lose water pressure up there. So that's why we had to issue this notice. And then there's a bunch of regulatory requirement testing that we have to do to ensure the water's safe. So we established that. And I'd really like to give a shout out to a past employee, and that's Jim Youngblood. He used to work for the utilities department, and now he's up at Incline Village. And what had happened was the private laboratories are closed on a Friday, and we would have had to have required testing done on a Friday. So we had no capability of doing it, which means our precautionary boil order would have extended into the following week through Christmas. But Jim has a certified laboratory up there, and we were able to bring a sample up to him, and he was able to run it and give us the results so that on December 24th, we could resend the notice. So we are looking at bringing that in-house, that testing. We have to go through a bunch of hoops. We've preliminary evaluated it, but just because of the impacts when laboratories are closed, we have no other options. So I wanted just to make you aware of that. We are still investigating what the problem or concern with that was. And then associated with that, ironically, I think a day after that happened, there was a fire on Rainbow, and, social media really drove this, but, there was a rumor out there that a fire hydrant was shut down and the structure burned down because there was no fire hydrant. And that's just not true. So we did talk to the duty chief who was at that fire. The fire was a good 3/4 of a mile away from any hydrants that we have. Because of the shutdown, we did have a fire hydrant out of service, but that did not hinder the fire department in any way or form, and they didn't actually even go to that fire hydrant. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, because I do believe some of the commissioners were contacted, and that's social media trying to spread some of the information out there. So with that, I just wanted to give you an update.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Burketta, how old was that water line that had the problem?
We're approximately 20 years.
Okay. Then that eliminates any follow-on questions I had. Thank you.
Mr. Burketta, just one question. Where was that break? I had heard it in general area, but where specifically was that break?
It was just north of the school, out by the wastewater treatment plant, out in the field off of Fort Churchill Road. And so, it was pretty interesting that night because it happened about 10 p.m. at night. And, within minutes, we received multiple phone calls. We knew there was a break somewhere. We didn't know where the break was. We didn't have the ability to pinpoint it. So ultimately, we had every crew member come in and they were out looking, and someone went down Fort Churchill Road and was able to identify the leak. And you never realize how dark things are until you need a light.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other appointed officials? Okay, moving on to advisory board reports. Nothing from Scott. Okay, anybody online? Melinda, anybody? Okay, nothing there. We're gonna go on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items today are items 15 through 18B. Any request to pull anything from that? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda items 15A through 18B as presented.
Second.
Okay, a discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Consent agenda passes 5-0. Back to the regular agenda. Okay, board appointments and resignations. Item 19A for possible action. Accept resignation of Patricia Swain from the Library Board of Trustees.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to accept the resignation from Patricia Swain from the Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item 19B for possible action, appoint a member to the Board of Equalization.
Hang on.
What I
We're in
missed?
discussion. Did you ask for public comment?
I did not.
I didn't.
I
hear
did
you.
not. Okay, sorry. We're gonna back up real quick to, 19A. Was there any public discussion on that? Okay, saying none, we'll move on to item 19B. Possible action, appoint a member to the Board of Equalization with term expiring December 31st.
Mr. Chairman,
2024.
oh, whoops, sorry. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Valines reached out and was looking, I believe it was Mr. Valines. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going off memory on that one. For somebody that might be interested. And Miss Wendy Fagundis came to mind. She's woven from incredible moral fiber, an absolute wonderful lady. For those of you that do not know her, she's very active and knowledgeable with finance and banking. She will be a wonderful applicant and fill this position. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve 19B as read as far as appointing Miss Wendy Fagundis to the Board of Equalization.
Second, we have a first and a second. Any discussion? And public stuff will come after.
You still have, no,
No,
still ask for
okay.
public comment.
Is there any public comment on item 19B? Seeing none, I'll take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Moving on, 19C for possible action, appoint a member to the Silver Springs Advisory Board with a term expiring December 31st, 2023. We have Mr. Michael Irvin who has applied. And I'm actually, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and make the motion to appoint Michael back.
Fine, I told him the other night I was gonna do it.
Second it. Is that a second?
Go ahead. You made the
I
motion?
made the motion.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in, or with that, we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 19C passes 5-0. Item 19D, possible action, appoint a member of the Silver City Advisory Board with a term expiring December 31st, 2022. Jonathan Burnside is the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Jonathan Burnside to the Silver City Advisory Board with term expiring December 31st, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? All right, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to the county manager. Item 20A. Possible action, appoint county commissioners and staff to the following boards, commissions, or committees for calendar year 2022. And Jeff, you and I discussed this a little bit at lunch. What I would like to do is just throw it out there to see if anybody has any requested changes or moves. If not, maybe just pass it as a complete list. Anybody have any,
I'm comfortable where I'm at.
Mr. Jacobson?
I'm fine with what I had. I was just curious about some of the Nevada Association of Counties with one commissioner, two commissioners, and two commissioners.
So what was your actual questions on it?
Well, if we could pull that one and discuss that one.
Okay, pull the NACO. So that's gonna be, where'd they go? Okay, there we go. So we'll pull NACO real quick. Mr. Henderson, any changes for you?
I'm content.
And Mr. Hockett, any changes for you?
I'm good too.
Okay. So this is one I just take action on, correct?
No, the
No.
board
does.
you have this, the say on planning commission. You make
Okay.
appointment, and but this one here is vote of the board.
Thank you for clarification. All right, so we'll pull that item and look for a motion to pass the others.
It's a suggestion. I think I would just work
Yeah.
through whatever issue he has with
Okay.
NACO and
Do it all in one
then
motion.
we'll do it all at one time.
That's fine.
So I guess I was just curious. I think some of these are pretty straightforward. I would just would ask that we discuss who is on those currently and see if anyone else was interested in some of those, because it seems like that one is probably as engaged statewide as any of them. So if we could discuss that, maybe somebody was interested in some of those from the board of director on down to the public lands. So that was my rationale for that,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
So I did ask if anybody had any, if they wanted any changes. Were you interested in one of those, Mr. Jacobson?
I would be interested in looking at being a part of the Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee. I don't know if there's two on there currently or not. See, that's just it.
There are two
Yeah.
currently, myself and Commissioner Henderson. And he is also on what's this, the other side one?
Legislative committee.
No,
Oh,
no,
sloop-
no.
sloop back.
SLUPAC, which goes hand in hand. If you really want it, I'll be happy to let you take my spot on public lands.
I will. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we'll make that one change and look for a motion to pass the list with that one change.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah. You go.
I just going to say I'll make a motion to accept this list as is with the one change.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? The only point I would make is thanks for making this one easy. Usually we spend a lot more time on this. This was no further discussion. I'll call for the vote. All in. Okay, any public comment? Keep forgetting that one. Okay, all in.
We'll keep it straight.
There you go. That's fine, please. I need it.
You got somebody
Mr.
kick-
Chair.
Yes.
In your backup is a list of the current. Okay,
Yeah.
so the district attorney's recommended that if you would read into the record, just contact
Okay.
the historic district, which commissioner it is, so we have it in the record.
Okay, so to recap before the vote, the way it's going to be voted on is for the Comstock Historic District. It'll be myself. For the Debt Management Commission, it'll be Commissioner Jacobson. For the Dayton Valley Conservation District, it'll be myself. For the Mason Valley Conservation District, it'll be Commissioner Hockaday. Smith Valley Conservation District, Commissioner Hockaday. Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool, Josh Foley. Public Agency Compensation Trust, Josh Foley. For the Nevada Association of Counties Board of Directors, Commissioner Keller and Commissioner Henderson. Legislative Committee, Commissioner Henderson. And this is this correct? I thought I was on legislative.
I'm gonna have you do one quick correction there. On the Nevada Association of Counties, the Board of Directors, it's Commissioner Keller. Commissioner Henderson is my alternate.
Alternate, yeah.
There's only one vote there. That's why I want to make
Yeah,
sure that's
I should.
recorded that way. But on the legislative and the public lands, that's actually two commissioners on that,
Yeah.
on those committees.
Okay. I mean, I guess legislative doesn't matter. I don't think neither one of you guys want to change, right? I thought I'd been on that, but I guess not.
You were on that
And-
last year when we did this. I took your place on that.
Okay.
And Commissioner Keller's place on the Public Lands Committee.
That's fine. I mean, no heartburn here. I still want to still stay involved with it, in which I have been. So, PLNR, Rob Jacobson as, Rob Jacobson, the Commissioner Henderson,
Hold on which one?
Public Lands and Natural
Lands.
Resources.
Okay,
That's the one you wanted, correct?
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
so that would be you and Commissioner Henderson.
right.
LEPC, Commissioner Hockaday. NNDA, Commissioner Keller and County Manager Page. Nevada Works, Commissioner Keller with the alternate of Commissioner Jacobson. Walker River Irrigation, Commissioner Hockaday. Carson Water Subconservancy District, myself. Lyon County Room Tax Board, myself. Quarterly Jail Inspection, Commissioner Hockaday. Truckee Canal Safety Commission, Commissioner Jacobson and alternate Commissioner Keller. Lyon County Regional Transportation Commission, Commissioner Henderson. Quad County Legislative Coalition, myself and Commissioner Keller. Campo, Commissioner Henderson. SLUPAC, Commissioner Henderson. Nevada Local Justice Reinvestment Coordinating Council, myself. Nevada Commission of the Aging, Commissioner Gray, myself. And then the Intergovernmental Executive Committee, it's going to be Commissioner Keller with an alternate of myself. And that term expires December of 2025.
So we'll be addressing that one next year.
Well, that was a real quick question. I just want to just real quick, since that's a term that actually expires in 2025. If we come off the board, will we still be eligible to serve for the county on that?
I have to verify, but my understanding is that those governor appointments, they go to the person for the tenure. If the board wanted to change that, then they would send a request to the governor.
Okay, and that's why I asked, because that's the way some of the other boards work. So, okay.
That's
there-
an example, the former county manager that I replaced was on the bicycle safety committee for the governor for about 3 years after he was moved on.
Got it. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just one comment.
Okay.
On here where it says the State Land Use Planning Agency, that actually should be the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council is the correct title of that.
Okay, you guys want to catch that then? And then I like this I like this directory. Was there any other comments, concerns, questions, suggestions from the board? Any public comment? Okay, so we already had a motion in a second. Call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, guys. Yeah, there we go. 20C. Possible action, discussion, direction of the county manager to address the potential of building or purchasing a building to provide a community center in Mound House. And that was requested by myself. What I'd like to first do is just request an update on whatever happened to the plans. I know many years ago there was something, and then the economy took a dump.
Before my time, so I'm not really sure what the county had decided way back when. And the reason I put it, agendize the way I did agendize it is that currently Mound House utilizes the existing fire station for advisory board meetings. If you've ever been there, it's a small room.
It's even worse now.
But we don't own much land up there. So that's why I put on there or purchase a building. It may already be available to us in the future. I do have no recollection, as I was in the sheriff's office 20 years ago when all this went down as to what they were doing with Mound House. So my recommendation to the board would be is that a couple things a way of addressing this. One is determine from the community, have the advisory board put on their agenda, what is it they're looking for specifically as a community center. They're looking for something that's where they can have their advisory board meetings. What's the usage going to be? If it's going to be specifically for advisory board meetings and a couple of events a year, that's one thing. If it's going to be something to be utilized on a more frequent basis, like the community center in Silver City, then that's a difference. So it gives us some idea of what we're
Yeah.
looking for and how we're going to address this.
Yeah, I don't think she's the chair anymore. I can't remember when they changed, but Melinda Cash is on Zoom and she could probably answer this. I know they've discussed it probably ad nauseum. So Melinda, can I call on her to address that?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, Melinda.
Yes, hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. First of all, it's my understanding, people have to research this as part of this whole discovery thing, is that 10 acres that are kitty corner to the fire department was donated by a developer to Lyon County many, many years ago with the purpose of developing a community center on that site. At one point, we did have the funding from Lyon County to go ahead and build that site. And that at the last minute, those funds were pulled from us. It's my understanding that 10 acres still exists and is probably still available to be built on. Again, somebody's going to have to do the research on that. Basically, what we need right now, the problem is the Lyon County Fire Station is no longer becoming an inactive building. It's becoming very active. And the room that we meet in is changing almost on a daily basis. A couple of months ago, I guess they decided they didn't like our table that we use for our meetings, so it got thrown away. They've also thrown away our chairs, and they put a great big huge like high-rise dining room table, which is very comfortable, so I'm not going to complain about it, but they really do not want us in that building anymore. And matter of fact, they have made a request. We have one file cabinet where all our official records are maintained, and they've made a request that we remove that file cabinet as well. Short term, we need a place to meet. Long term, it would be nice to have something big enough that you could have some kind of community barbecue or something like we've had in the past. But this is getting to a serious point where we may in the very near future have no place to meet at all. And that's it.
Thank you, Melinda. It looks like Josh has something to say.
Josh Floyd, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. Just so the board is aware, I started in April of 2004. This is the first I've heard about building a building for the advisory board. And so at least 18 years, they would have had to predate me, and I can definitely check with my predecessor to see and go through the budget books to see if there was ever anything budgeted. I don't know of anything. A temporary solution potentially would be, and I realize it's a little bit of a drive, but use one of the other county facilities like the Dayton Utilities Room or Silver City Community Center for short term, and then we gives us some time to take a look and see what we can do. I'm not aware of issues brought up, so we'll start. I'm sure the county manager.
Well, they have absolutely, and I know each community says, well, they've kind of been neglected, but this is the only community without any type of a community center. I mean, they've got a nice little park right there by the fire department, but.
Yeah. Wellington and Smith Valley don't have one except for private.
No.
Just so you're aware.
Okay.
And they did that privately. They funded their own and done their own in that area.
Got it. You're over there busily checking.
I was trying to find out on the map. I'll have to do some research on our GIS to see if we actually have the acreage there or not anymore. There was, again, some urban legend. We were once granted X number of acres of BLM land for a park. I can't find anywhere in our records that actually occurred. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying I can't find where that had ever occurred. So I'll do some research on it. I understand Melinda's concerns, and so my recommendation for the board is to provide direction today to come back to the board with a little more information and potential ideas of where we can go to get some of these things addressed.
May I ask or add a comment?
Please.
For just information, the 10 acres that was used or designated for a park many, many years ago is on Lyon. That property is still available. It's still empty. But it was my understanding the property that was donated to us, which is kitty corner to the firehouse, which is behind it, was donated by a developer for use. And that, as far as I know, that property is still vacant. And the last time I looked, I believe it still has Lyon County's name on it.
And I'm not doubting it, Melinda. I just gotta verify the information and have a little more information to come back to the board with.
No, and I agree with that. And yes, this does predate Josh Foley's. I didn't pull out the date. Figured that would probably be better, but if you folks need me to start going through records, I can, but it was many years ago.
Yeah, I will make contact with you first next week. We'll sit down so we can come up with.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Predates Josh Foley. That must be a dinosaur then, Commissioner or Chairman Gray.
Now that's going back to the primordial soup. That's not even a dinosaur.
Anyway, and I just kind of have a question, because Mr. Page, I agree with you that we need to probably direct you to come back on this, but the question I have, the way the agenda item is written, is to address the potential building or purchasing of a building. And if it's not outside the scope of the agenda item, I like to add leasing to that, to look at that, because I don't know if we want to buy it, short term.
I gotta tell you, man, there's he's over there, he's shaking. You got him sweating now. He does not like the word lease.
I don't either, but for a short-term solution, that may be the best way to go on this. Because we're not gonna.
Well, if we were going real short term, like you said, maybe use one of the other county facilities if we were to buy something and build it or something.
If you want to suggest that to Melinda Cash, go ahead.
No, well, I mean,
Listening, guys.
yeah, no, I know. It's what I'm saying though is if it's real short term, if she knows something is coming, she was looking at leasing as the answer for, and Josh doesn't like that. You're gonna, look at me squirming over there already.
Okay, so for the record, I have 2 texts. One from our facilities director who provided me with the parcel number. It's zone single family currently. And the second one is from Mr. Cooey advising his family had donated the property. It's 2 acres.
2 acres.
So we have verified that the property is there.
Alrighty, and that
2
zoning.
acres is big enough. It doesn't have to be 10.
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
we're gonna build that
We
big
can
of a
sell
building.
5.
So, but I do want to make this point so that, because I don't want anybody to think that there's a guarantee that this is going to happen.
No.
So if we go down this path, we find all this stuff together, then it has to go through the budget process, get put on the capital improvements list and be prioritized to that process. We currently have other things going on at the same time. So it's not that we don't have an abundance of cash just to go buy or build something at this point in time. I'm not saying it won't happen.
Depending on cost though, could we do something through ARPA outside of that process?
Again, all I got was paid you.
Okay. So let's, did you want to make a motion? We need a motion to direct the county manager to start looking at options.
All right, then I would move that we direct the county manager to look at options to provide a community center type building in Mound House.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion with the board? Any public comment?
Yes, I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. So there's no public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Community development, you're up next. Item 21A, possible action, discussion and provide direction to the county manager and community development director on the options allowed for the development of tiny house regulations as required under SB 150 of the 2021 regular state legislative session.
I believe that this is Mr. Pizell. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we do have a PowerPoint available.
Do I have it or do you have it?
I believe you should have it. Of course, you may want to give it back to me. I don't know. And, going back to the previous item, you may have some older manufactured homes coming up for sale that.
Are they going to be on a foundation? Full perimeter.
A 4-point foundation.
You have to look at life safety issues when it's an assembly like that.
Mr. Haskins is on his way over to your house right now.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Are you ever going to be back here in person?
I'm hoping to retire at the end of this year, and my wife is telling me I probably don't need to.
You don't need to, or she doesn't want you to?
Yes.
Smart
It's-
answer.
It's the same thing, yeah.
It is.
Rob, is it a PowerPoint or is it the staff report?
It is a PowerPoint. Sorry, Jeff.
Okay, give me a second to pull up the Google Drive.
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes. Back at 2:44.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I found the site you guys were talking about in Mound House too. It's located within a residential development. But it is butt up against the, it does share a single monument point with the fire station parcel.
Is this me?
A sense of humor. You guys are such comedians back here.
Hey, Rob,
Yeah,
do you have the presentation?
yeah, I do.
Why don't you go ahead and pull it up then, and I'll share my screen with you.
Very good.
Thank you. Okay, you can share. Sorry, I heard that.
Well, I want to find out why your settings are so different.
I'm just trying to figure out where the insurance increases for homes. Keep an eye on. That doesn't include changes. We have to tell you that we have to do. I understand what you're saying. Just trying to figure out, they convert money to other levels.
Oh, my cousin would be an asshole. Yeah, be an asshole. Somewhere in Florida.
Late dinner?
Yeah, I got your message. I totally understand. Sucks, no doubt about it. I'll keep you posted.
You guys ready? All righty, we're gonna reconvene.
Okay, Mr. Bizel, it's up and running. You can.
Did we lose him?
Nope, I'm still here. Hang on.
I found it to put it up on the share screen for you.
Oh, okay, okay. So what staff is requesting is some direction and discussion and possible direction with regards to the 2021 Senate Bill 150 with regards to tiny houses. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. Basically, the legislature passed and the governor signed the Senate Bill 150, which requires bodies within the local governments within the state, cities and counties to include regulations to allow tiny houses to be used as single family dwelling units within specific circumstances. Next slide. The bill goes into to describe a definition of tiny house as adopted in the IRC. And then the slides as you can see within Appendix Q of the 2018 IRC under section AQ 102.1, it defines tiny house as a dwelling that is 400 square feet or 37 square meters or less in floor size, excluding lofts. And then if you look further in the definitions, a dwelling is any building that contains one or more dwelling units used, intended, or designed to be built, used, rented, leased, let, or hired out to be occupied or that is occupied for living purposes. And of course, as always with any code, if you dwell down to what the definition of a dwelling unit is, it's very specific. It's a single unit providing a completely independent living facilities for one or more persons. It has to include permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. And then of course, the last bullet is pretty self-explanatory, all of which that has to fit into 400 square feet or less to be qualified as a tiny home. As the legislation was going through the process within the Senate, we did provide a lot of comment through the walkers, along with other rural governments. Concern with regards to the potential impact that tiny house developments would have with regard to being allowed to in the rural locations without available municipal water and sewer services. The concern being, of course, if you don't have a water line out, you're utilizing a domestic well, and at the same time, if you don't have sanitary sewer facilities, you're going to be using ISDSs. That'll lead in a very short time with a high concentration of nitrates within the groundwater, which then affects your drinking water. And as you can tell in the second bullet, the concern was, again, a focus of these types of tiny homes on smaller than 1 acre lots, and the potential negative impacts, particularly in regard to the separation districts or minimum lot size requirements under NAC 444-790. That's the NAC, which requires a minimum of 1 acre lot size in order to have both a domestic well and a sanitary sewer system on it. Because of that concern, the sponsors did split out the bill and included in there a population cap. Under that population cap, you'll note there are 3 bullets. And the local governing body of a county whose population is under 100,000, which we certainly qualify, has to designate either at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as an accessory dwelling unit. 2, at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as a single family residence. And the next word is very important, or at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located in a tiny house park. And this language gives the county governing bodies with populations under 100,000 the option of choosing one of those three items. Next slide. Thank you, sir. So let's take a look at the first one, the accessory dwelling unit option. I do have to confess, Commissioner Henderson and I had some emails going back and forth with regard to this option. Currently, under Title 15, accessory dwelling units are permitted in a number of different zoning districts, not just residential dwelling districts. There are subject to development standards, and they're listed below. First one, a maximum square footage of not more than 50% living area of the primary residence, or 1,100 square feet of the gross floor area, whichever is less, has to be sited to the rear or side of the primary structure, must meet the primary structure building setbacks from the property lines, cannot exceed the height of the primary structure. The exterior must be compatible with the primary structure with regards to color, siding, roof pitch, window detailing, roofing materials, and foundation or skirting, and it must have adequate off-street parking. In looking at the second option with the zoning district option, where it could be located and classified as a single family residential dwelling unit, we need to think about, do we want to allow these in rural residential zoning districts where the minimum lot sizes can range from 20 or more all the way down to 1 acre? Or do we want to look at suburban residential zoning districts, the SR and the NR? Do we want to look at minimum lot sizes versus residential, single family residential dwelling unit size? And then do we want to locate, if we allow these as a standalone single family residential dwelling, do we want them to be attached to residential services, or is residential, that rural lack of services, acceptable? And that includes the utilization of domestic wells and septic systems. The third option, again, is the tiny home parks. And what staff is envisioning, if we go this route, is that we would draft regulations and designate at least one zoning district that allows tiny house parks. And again, we basically draft those regulations to reflect the development standards under 15.352.03, which is the manufactured home park section of the code. The reason why is because it states a minimum space required for each unit. It has building setbacks and structural separation requirements. It does require that the manufactured homes within the manufactured home park be connected to municipal water and sewer service. It does have common space requirements and recreational amenities requirements, and it also includes an exterior perimeter wall with landscaping area along that perimeter. So just wanted to run through that real quickly. Again, these were some of the options we thought the board would want to talk about. And with that, we'll be quiet and take notes.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Jacobson.
Yeah, thank you for the report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The closest thing I'm envisioning, and I'm trying to picture how this looks, is Humboldt County. They have what they called man camp. They're kind of out there by that one restaurant or whatever, kind of east of town there, just off I-80. Mm-hmm. And I think there's no such thing as like a common cooking area, or they have to provide, these tiny homes have to have cooking, sanitation. They can't have a shared restroom facility, shower facility, cooking facility, right? They have to be self-contained.
Correct. They all have to be self-contained. They have to have, as you saw in the bullets, it has to have a living area. It has to have a kitchen area. It has to have a bathroom and bathing facilities. And it has to have a bedroom. So it cannot share a common, similar to, one of the facilities I've used during my college years, decades ago, we actually shared a kitchen, but the exterior units, so the bedrooms and the access was exterior. So while we shared the kitchen area, each bedroom had its own exterior entrance and exit. That can't work with the tiny home, as the tiny house is the definition contained in the IRC.
I was trying to think, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to think, and I could see where maybe some agriculture in YERINGTON might utilize something like this, a mobile home or a tiny home park. But it just seems kind of like, I'm not sure what this looks like in Lyon County. So I'm going to trust Mr. Hockaday and the rest of the board up here to come up with the answers for this one.
Mr. Faisal, now correct me if I'm wrong, they're not looking at these for like worker places. These are people that want to minimize, they want to, just live in the smallest footprint possible, correct? These places aren't cheap.
That's correct. And the sponsor of the bill, Senator Harris, who instigated the bill, was looking for an alternative type of lifestyle. Wasn't interested in purchasing a large house on a large lot. She, because of her financial resources and her interest in having a minimal footprint, was trying to purchase a tiny house and found that there were no regulations that allowed them. Some of the information I relayed to Commissioner Henderson was that, the state, until this legislation passed, considered tiny houses to be recreational vehicles because they were mounted on a chassis and were built to be transported. The tiny house that is described in the IRC is separate and distinct from that. It's on a foundation, and it's not mobile.
So they do remove all the mobile, because the only ones I've ever seen have been mobile until they either stay on the chassis or they get pulled off the chassis and set. But I just want to make sure that these places aren't going to be mobile if, how do I say this? I guess when and where we designate they can go. I'm not a big fan of these things at all. I think, they're going to be the fad of the day. And then at some point they're going to become problems. Madam Vice.
So I want to go back to when this was in the legislature and, I'm hearing, because Harris wanted to buy one and everything, my understanding, this started in Clark County. The original thought of tiny houses was to address the homeless situation. That's where it all started from.
That's not correct from my understanding and discussions with Senator Harrison.
I'm not here to debate with you, Mr. Paisel. I'm telling you my experience.
And what I'm telling you is my conversation with Senator Harris.
So
that's fair.
So not this past session, but the session before, there was a push by members of the delegation from Clark County for similar language to address homelessness. They had a bill, I think lasted, never got a committee because what they determined was this wouldn't fix the problem because it was too expensive for these homes.
And I got a question because I can see this going somewhere else too. And because I had the concern as well. Is this gonna,
And I wasn't done with my questions. So when you get a chance, I'd like to chime back in.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Wasn't aware.
Well, no, I got in a debate with Mr. Paisel. So
it was a fact, but
okay.
Mr. Paisel, that is enough.
Thank you.
You want to take a second?
So my understanding that this will be regulated still through manufactured housing on these tiny homes because they're still delivered on a chassis, even though they're being set on full perimeter. And this is one of the questions I asked during the legislative session. So it's still going to be just like any other manufactured home, except for they fall under tiny homes, correct?
I,
Go ahead and answer that, Rob, because I have no idea.
yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm just going by what I was told at the time. It's still going to be regulated through manufactured housing. Because of the way they're built, they're still being built like a manufactured home, except for they're 400 square foot or smaller. And anyways, where I was going with that is during the legislative session, tiny homes was brought to this board, how we felt about it, letters were sent out. And we fought very hard to have the additional language that got approved for the accessory use. And the reason for that is because we were looking at, because we haven't been real fond of mobile home parks. So why would we do tiny home parks? So going in that thought process of not only this board, but, previous thought process through the boards, when it came to manufactured homes, we fought very hard in the legislature to get that language put in there for the accessory use. And so that's kind of where I'm going with it. I mean, the board can, talk more about it, but that's where I'm coming from, because that's what I fought for.
I'd like that too, so when I get in trouble, I get a place to go besides the garage.
Well,
That's my spot.
we have a lot of different zonings, as was already pointed out, to where these can go. And I think they would benefit in some of those areas as an accessory use. So that's the direction I would like to go with it. And thank you for letting me know.
So Rob, I know you've been doing some additional research on this. Sorry, Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Development Director. Rob, I know you've been doing some additional research, and you and I didn't have a chance to talk yesterday. My understanding of it, though, was that the tiny homes are classified as an RV by the state, right?
Not as long as they can qualify under the IRC standards. That's correct.
Okay, so, but did they delineate between the two in the law? I'm just curious, if we, well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that we don't, from a code enforcement perspective, we don't allow people to live in an RV. So if they're classified as the same, would we be creating a potential issue there? And I apologize, you and I didn't have a chance to talk about this before.
And again, referring back to the bill itself, it defines a tiny home as the same description in Appendix AQ.
Okay.
So it's not on a chassis.
Perfect.
It's not transportable. It is a structure.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that I was on the same page.
Which I think is part of the reason why that drove the cost of the tiny home up, is because it's not considered a recreational vehicle that, like we see, if you type in the Google search tiny homes and you click on images, they're all on a chassis with wheels being pulled wherever and set up. And I think with the for the audience, International Residential Code, IRC, spells out in that section that they're not going to be that way. So I think we're okay if you wanted to put them as accessory unit. They're not living in an RV. They're living in something that's mandated by or allowed by state law.
Well, the way I look at it, there's a lot of places in Lyon County that already fall under that zoning for that. I mean, it could definitely be utilized. I know a lot of people that are, looking for a place for, hey, their kid just turned 18, they graduated high school, but they can't afford to move out yet. They work great for accessory uses, right? Yep. And I'm just going back to what this board, I mean, we sent letters to the legislature, the whole 9 yards, to get that language in there. And I don't want to fall away from what we fought for.
Mr. Ray, sorry.
I just wanted to ask, this in no way is going to open up the door for people to take like storage units, the trailer, I forget what they're called, the shipping containers, and like cut those in half and make those, because I've already seen ads on Facebook, or not ads, but people saying, hey, we want to find this here in Lyon County. I mean, if you want to make a bunker out of it, underground, that's one thing, but a primary living unit or an accessory unit or anything else.
I think between what statute requires and what we put in county code, we could prohibit those types of things.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to buy one for my husband, the new doghouse.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Keller. I mean, thinking back on it, I think that's the way to go as an accessory dwelling unit. So.
Any other questions, sir?
Dave, Wes? Rob? No.
I'm putting mine on his 2 acres. I have a place to live.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am just curious as to, confused, I guess is a better word, as to if the manufactured housing division has any role in a tiny house like we're talking about. I'm not clear on that. And I don't know who to ask.
Yeah, we don't have an answer for that right now. We'll have to do some research for you.
Would you be willing to accept a motion to delay this till the next meeting? So we get some more information?
Yeah, that's fine. When I make the motion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we postpone action on this item until the next Board of County Commissioners meeting to give staff time to get us more information.
Okay, any discussion by the board? Any public?
I would just say, that in that, obviously, we're looking at clarification on who's gonna regulate if it's manufactured housing or not.
Okay. I'd imagine if it's IRC, if it has to be an IRC code, then.
I mean, I'm only going off what I was told, so that's secondhand information, so it'd be nice to have a clarification.
We'll get that squared up.
Any public comment?
Mr. Chair, you have one on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go with in-house here first with
Okay, sorry.
Commissioner Keller.
Scott Keller, for the record. They're under manufactured housing. There's also one called a park home that is made for, basically for rentals, but it's made in a trailer facility. So that like the insulation's only an R7. It's like a one where you would have a chassis. So there's two different types of buildings. So when you get to that point, you might want to have the regulations on which one manufactures it, if it's a manufacturer.
Thanks. Okay, and Jeff, who do we have on Zoom?
Melinda Cash, sir.
Okay. Melinda, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Melinda Cash. I would really like, well, first of all, when you're looking at these, I would direct you to look at Flagstaff, Arizona. They have a lot of tiny home communities there. They're very beautiful. They're very difficult to get into. They're very popular and in very high demand. That's number one, when you're talking about the tiny home communities. Number two, I have friends that own property here that really are just looking to build a summer home, and a tiny home would be perfect, is something they would want. And yes, they would have water and, septic and all that other stuff. I would hope that we aren't going to limit this just to accessory. I really would like to see you open it up to people who would like to maybe have a vacation property. And I'm hoping you'll lower it, below that 1,100, because that, you would want to just do like the small 400 square foot home.
That all you have? Okay, any other public comment? Sir, you need to come up. You need to come up.
Just in the general public, Tim Plants for the record. Are these have to be done by a manufacturer, or are local builders like out west builders and things like that going to be able to build these, or what's the regulation on that?
Good question. Another question to be answered next meeting.
Yeah, we'll put together some more information.
Okay, seeing Melinda, you've got your hand up still. Did you have another question?
Honestly, I don't know how to get that hand off. This is my first.
Okay. All right. Vice Chair Keller.
So when you're doing your investigation, I have a question. I mean, obviously, I'm for the accessory use. I've already stated that. This board's talked about it before. But I do have a question because these are made in a manufacturer, and whether they're regulated by manufactured housing or not. I mean, because if somebody's building a stick-built accessory building or a stick-built anywhere at any square footage, they're gonna follow under completely different codes. These are literally tiny homes being brought in on wheels one way or another. So here's a question I have now that they passed this law, because we have, you know, as discussed earlier today, we have guidance under manufactured housing of the 1,200 square foot. So putting these, say, on any single family residential lot, how does that work under their new law? Something for you to look into before the next meeting. I'm kind of curious. I hadn't thought about it before until today, but we've kind of had both of those discussions. So I'm looking at accessory uses. So the way I want to go, it wouldn't be a problem anyways. But say we went with the single family residential lots of, you know, and it's a 5-acre lot and you're putting a tiny home on that. If they're regulated through manufactured housing, how does that equate to their other law that says they have to be 2 units, 1,200 square foot? I mean, we're talking state laws, right?
So Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director again. I think what we need to do is do a little bit more research. I know when Mr. Pizell was putting together his presentation, he was focusing more on the zoning and the planning side of things. And I'm sure he took a look at the building portion of it too, but I think we need to understand that portion a little bit better to find out if a site built 400 square foot tiny home is still going to be considered the same as one that's built in a factory. Because I would, from what I'm understanding, and again, I apologize because Rob and I didn't have a chance to talk about this before the meeting. I don't know that we're exactly on the same page either. But if it meets IRC codes, I mean, I think that's more or less a site built. So we will do some more research. Let's just, I guess maybe just leave it at that, and we'll make sure we bring back more information on it.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the zoning too, and then because of what transpired today, it's like, well, wait a minute, I might have a few more questions than that.
Yeah. So Rob and I will get together and we'll take a look at it and revamp our presentation, and bring back some more information. If that's the direction the board wants to move.
I was gonna remind you still have a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haskins, you also, I'm not sure you have to buy these pre-manufactured, or if you can have them stick built. So could you add that to your list?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I really need to look into that because to be honest, I had kind of thought that they were talking about the RV type chassis built type, which would be moved in. So
I've never heard of a stick-built tiny home before.
No,
I've seen them.
I mean,
were they? No, I mean, were they stick-built or were they pulled off a trailer?
That's right.
What I'm getting is I've actually seen people go out and build site builds with a permit that weren't more than,
Wow.
I mean, I can drive you to one in Silver Springs. It's a stick built, nice little place, and it's about 400 square foot. So we've got codes in place. So the intent of tiny homes was to be able to bring in these manufactured tiny homes. I mean, if you're gonna stick build it, it's stick built.
Yeah.
You just go pull a permit with the county.
But I do need to look into where the 1,200 square foot, because the state does mandate that it has to be a minimum of 1,200 square feet. It's got to be at least 2 sections. So I'm sure they thought about that when they put this all together. I'll do some more research.
You're giving the legislature a lot of credit.
Yeah, that's, you're really going out on a limb there. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. We've had board discussion and public comment. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and take the vote. All in favor of moving this, continuing this discussion and garnering more facts to the next meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving on to item number 21. This is on. What is it, 21B?
21B.
21B. Why can't I'm on my page anymore.
Cannabis.
Oh, yes. Jeff, or is that gonna be community development?
It's community development. I'm going to take the lead on this one.
Please do.
Again,
Good luck.
again, Andrew asked.
Just don't take a hit on it.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
Hey, it's been a
Suck
long
that
day
one.
already.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. Yeah, so I'll just jump right into this. I'll keep this presentation pretty short. Just provide a little bit of background. In the 2021 legislature, they passed Assembly Bill 341, which created provisions for the licensure of and regulation of cannabis consumption lounges. It created two types of cannabis consumption lounges. There was retail cannabis consumption lounges, which were connected to marijuana dispensary, essentially. And then there's independent cannabis consumption lounges, which were not attached or immediately adjacent to cannabis retail store. And so really, these are the three options that we took a look at, but we're obviously willing to take a look, or, you know, obviously it's up to the board as to which direction you want to move in. So this, we're not limited to this, but the three options that we put forward were develop a code amendment prohibiting cannabis consumption lounges at this time, develop a code amendment allowing cannabis consumption lounges with a conditional use permit in the adult use zoning district, district XX, as it says up there. And then the third option would be to develop a code amendment allowing cannabis consumption lounges with a conditional use permit in the neighborhood commercial and community commercial zoning districts. That would be similar to that of marijuana retail sales establishments. Staff recommendation is, given the lack of transportation options in Lyon County and impairment testing, we recommend the board direct staff to develop a code amendment to prohibit cannabis consumption lounges at this time, but.
Is there, I'm sorry, is there a fourth option? I mean, nobody's come forward saying they wanted anything yet. Can we just, I mean, is the state saying we have to take action on it?
Mr. President, we have to adopt the.
At this point, the reason why we wanted to bring this forward was the Cannabis Control Board is in the process of adopting regulations for these types of facilities. So we anticipate, and we have received questions as to whether and where in Lyon County these facilities can be. And Andrew, I think we had the discussion, you know, if we do want to look at this, we may want to put them in the XX zone, simply because we understand that people take alternative transportation methods to these facilities. But anyway, that was sort of the running joke. But we do want to get some direction from the board. As you know, Carson City has already taken formal action to not permit these facilities. Because there's no test that can positively determine whether or not someone's under the influence. So we just wanted to really, I think, get a flavor from the board as to what, how you see this coming and what you want to do.
Can they smoke in their tiny house?
yes,
Yes, they can. They can do that now.
absolutely.
All righty. Commissioner, you got
I'm ready to make a motion.
let's hear it.
So scroll your screen back one. Okay. I move that we develop a code amendment prohibiting cannabis consumption lounges at this time.
Second.
Second.
We have our vote.
Any discussion amongst the board? Any public comment? Anybody online, Jeff?
No hands up, sir.
Hurry before the DA gets here.
Official vote.
Steve Rye, District Attorney. I just want to say that I'm in support of the board's position on this.
All those in favor of prohibiting?
Well, just clarification that the agenda item is to direct staff to prepare. I
Yes.
just want to make sure that's what we're doing. Okay.
Yeah, they still have to bring the language
Yeah,
back. to
it's
us.
gonna be, they're gonna come back, they'll introduce a code or
Perfect. I just want to make sure we had it
an
right.
ordinance, yeah. So Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Well, there you have it. All righty, moving on to item 22A, the DA.
You shouldn't have sat down, Steve. You gonna read it again?
Okay, so for possible action, approved contingency transfer up to $39,754 for additional costs associated with implementation of the FileVine case management system in the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Steve Rye, District Attorney. These are the kind of items certainly that I don't like to bring before the board, but it's the situation the DA's office is in. So I will give you a little brief background. I know it's been a long day, so I'll move through quickly. The DA's used the case management system for over 20 years. In 2021, we accepted about 2,300 cases. We run those through the case management system. 20 years ago, we purchased a system called Justware, and we've used that over the last 20 years. For the last 5 years, thanks to Josh and the IT department, we've made a lot of improvements in that system with automations and things that really help the office. Unfortunately, in 2020, they announced that it was end of life. They weren't going to support that product anymore. Pretty common in the software world, according to Josh. And it put us in a predicament because we handle law enforcement information, and that's confidential, and you have to have a supported system to comply with the CJIS FBI requirements in order to handle that. So based upon that, we decided to go out and see if there were other products available and make a selection to move forward. We also looked at what other products that same company had. Why do we need to have the case management system? Really just to better serve the community, the staff around the county, meet new requirements. There's been a lot of criminal justice reform over the last few years that have put additional burdens on our office. And so the case management is critical to us implementing some of those things. We ended up selecting a company called FileVine in Utah. The board approved that contract November, December 2020. And right immediately around that time, we started the transition to implement that system. We anticipated 120 days for the implementation. It took about a year. Looking back, hindsight is 2020, of course. I thought that their estimates for the data migration and setup of the system were low. But we accepted that, and I probably should have delved into that a little further. I didn't, so I own that, but it was low. It required a lot more work going forward. So with that system, our objectives were to have similar capabilities to what we had with the existing system, to make sure we didn't put additional burdens on our law enforcement partners, other county offices, that sort of thing. We wanted to make this transition without requiring anybody else to do a lot of work. And then we wanted to keep the automations that we've had, thanks to Josh and IT and helping us get Justware up to where we got it. So those were kind of the primary objectives. Unfortunately, in that process, we exceeded the budget, as you can see, by about $40,000. And as I mentioned, underestimated the time to customize and convert the system. We developed some more pieces that weren't included in the original budget. Again, just to align with what we did, to allow, for instance, law enforcement agencies other than the sheriff's office to submit cases electronically to our office. So we have a better means of tracking and processing those in a more timely fashion. Also included an API or a program interface with the sheriff's office system, so we can still get reports electronically from them. And some other pieces that weren't really included in that initial budget. We had to, in the data migration and the other development of the system, rely heavily on a consultant that we've used for a few years because for two reasons primarily. FileVine was not adequately prepared to handle a DA's office. We thought they were. They've accepted a few other DA's offices, but just didn't have the expertise that we assumed they had. So we've worked through some of those issues. Unfortunately, though, it resulted in some additional consulting fees of probably about 20,000. Commissioner Gray?
Sir, are they accepting any of the responsibility for these overruns based on the fact, I mean, and I know you guys had changes, but based on their underestimation of how much time it would take to migrate the data, as well as not having the expertise that, that they should have had? I mean, are we footing a whole bill for their, some of their screw ups?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are working on that. We have had some positive feedback, but nothing concrete yet to say that that's going to happen. So we've discussed that. We're still bringing it forward. Josh, I don't know if you want to.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. These have been my nightmares for the past few years, trying to get softwares moved from one to the other. As an example, for the county, when we did the financial software and the accounting software, I was the data extract of the old system. I spent the better half of a year and a half to maybe 3 years and 3/4 working 80 hours a week, every week to do that. It's expensive. Their data migration costs that they put in are, you give us all your data in the format we tell you, and that's how much it's going to cost us to implement it. But they're not talking about extracting the data from the old system. They're just saying, here's the format we want it in. You may have to change all sorts of parameters on how the data you have to make it so it'll fit into our boxes. And so this is not unusual. You either have a staff person do it, you contract with the outside company to do it, or you do what Steve did, is bring in an outside contractor that takes care of that piece. I think Steve's approach was the best in this particular situation. It's not unusual for these type of costs to come up with software conversions and modifications to get it done so it fits your office more like a glove than anything else.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate what your concern, and I think we all have that same bottom line in mind. We've had cost overruns on construction up and down the line this past couple of years. I am surprised we got 10 or 20 years out of any software or any technology. So as shorthanded as our staffing is in the police department, sheriff's office, et cetera, I'm fine with this. Thank you.
And there aren't a lot of silver linings in these requests, but I think doing it the way we did it did take a little bit of a burden off IT. They were still a great help in getting the system up and running, but it did allow them to free up to do some other things. And just finishing up where we're at now, the system we're using at 100%. We've archived the old system. We're 100% on the new system. Thanks to the office staff. They're still coming to work after 6 weeks of using the new system. There's been a lot of, transition, and hats off to them for having to improvise and do things a different way as we get the system sort of up and working like we want it. So I really do appreciate those efforts. We're about, I would say about 50 to 60% of where I think we need to be right now, with things looking promising going forward. I've had some discussions with Josh, and I think the system's on the right track, so we'll get there. Unfortunately, there's this budget issue. So we're asking for the contingency transfer, and I don't know how that works. Josh can explain exactly what that means, but in the amount of $39,754.
I just want to make sure that we did have the follow through on your memorandum, the last paragraph, where you're going to continue to check on getting reimbursement for the oversold system. And that would be great. Otherwise, what do we do but pay it? I mean, that's kind of the way we have to look at it.
Right. Understood. And I do intend to work with the company. We want to have a long-term relationship with them. There's some options we've discussed, and we're in the process of trying to resolve those issues.
Thank you.
Yeah, because they should want to have a long-term relationship with us.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you
Right.
go.
And they will get, honestly, from the work that we do on our system, we've been working closely with Churchill County. They have the same system. Utah County, a large county in Utah. So they will gain valuable resources by the work that we do on our system that they can share out with other. We're certainly receptive to them sharing the things we develop with other agencies.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to move to approve as been presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further board discussion? Any public comment? Anybody online, Jeff?
No, sir.
Okay.
That's all you got.
All in favor of the motion as presented?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, at this time, we're going to adjourn to reconvene the Central Lyon County Vector Control District Board. Public participation, no action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It's anticipated the public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. For possible action review and accept claims and financial report. 24A for possible action, review and accept claims and financial reports.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 24A as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Moving on to item 25A. Possible action, award bid and approve 3-year contract to Vector Control Services for Vector Control Services with Integrity Pest Management ending 31 December 2024 in the amount of $208,950 per year for a total contract amount of $626,850.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Steve Rye, District Attorney. Tony Anderson reached out to me earlier this week. I think she was not able to be here today. She has a lot going on. So I said I would stand in for her. Just they're recommending that the board approve this agreement. I think several of the board members are aware of Integrity. They've had the contract for a number of years. I see Tim here. He'll probably make a brief presentation, but it looks like everything's in order. I can answer any questions. I know Josh is familiar with the contract and the services over the last many years, and so he's available to answer questions also. I didn't check with him beforehand, but I know he is.
Any questions this time for any of the above? Sir, did you want to make any comments?
Tim Plants, the owner of Integrity Pest Management, and we just want to verbalize our appreciation. What we do is try to protect the citizens of Lyon County. I've been doing this for 31 years, been licensed in 17 different states. So we're not a novice at this. Our staffing is ready to go again this year. We've got a lot of water up there. There are some concerns. It's outside of Lyon County. It's outside of the Truckee Carson deal with the flood of 1997 blew out at the actual bank there at the end of the Bass Street, just south of that. It's never been repaired. So you have about 3,000 acres, about 6 sections that are being flooded with no control. And that is taking all kinds of weeds into the lake and downstream. But Truckee Carson can't do anything about it. And I'm not sure that this board is even set to do it, but it does create a large area of mosquito habitat that really we shouldn't even have to be fighting. But we are prepared. We'll continue to do it. And I just want to bring that before the board.
Any questions, Mr. Plants?
Just a comment, Mr. Plants. I want to thank you very much for this information you put together. I learned a lot more than I ever knew about mosquitoes and how bad they are for you. But thank you. That was very, very educational.
Anybody else?
Okay, I'll make a motion. Move to approve the contract as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks,
Public participation, no action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. I was gonna do. That's, once is enough for me.
I'm surprised you've made it this far.
I'm surprised I have any voice at all. Do we have any public participation? Seeing none, we're going to adjourn and reconvene as the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. Agenda requests, we will start at the right side this time. Mr. Hockaday.
None for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually like to have an agenda item to bring forth options to bring Wi-Fi to the Silver City Community Center and also the Smith Valley Community Center. Just, what are the prices? What are our options? Just information.
So I'm going to clarify, you want us to bring Wi-Fi to a private property in Smith Valley?
It's private community center.
Yeah, we do have some buildings there that we do use for
Okay,
meetings.
so community center, so I'm trying to clarify. what
Oh,
building.
no, just wherever we can get it into Smith Valley would be great.
To whoever.
Just to discuss it, with Silver City and Smith Valley as one agenda.
My advice.
Nothing at this time.
And Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, by the way. If I would like to request the development of a policy or parameters for naming buildings, streets, et cetera, after any individual. I don't know if we can, I'm not saying have it ready by the next meeting, but in the near future. That's all I have. Thank you.
I have one as well, and it was brought up earlier today. I'd like to have a discussion of possible action to create a county YouTube channel that we can archive our meetings to so the public can access them. And so we'll go with commissioner comments, and I will start on the right with Commissioner Hockaday.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say again, Happy New Year. I look forward to working with this body, with this board to do good things for Lyon County this year.
Thank you. Nice.
Happy New Year.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank the county staff. We had a lot of unique, extended conversations today on a very varied agenda. Everything from smoking dope in a public facility with a bunch of hombres to tiny homes to you name it. And I think the staff over Christmas break, New Year, I want to thank all of them for their hard work and research. That was more than we probably should have put on them over Christmas break. But Mr. Page, if you could thank your staff and thank you. And I notice you stand up to take the credit, but we all know where the credit falls. I'm just kidding you. Thank you, though, everybody. That is all.
I have nothing further to add at this point, and saying that we have no closed session, I will declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.